They brought us to this country as a labor force. We built a foundation and they hate us for it. They hate us for it. We built a foundation and they ain't pay us for it. They ain't pay us for it, but they gon' pay for it. Already prayed for it. Non-believers didn't pray for us. Non-believers didn't pray for us. We're black and we built the foundation. Stone by stone, generation to generation. Vultures said we had no culture. Them vultures got a Jay-Z poster. Them vultures got a lacy culture. Vultures eat what they didn't kill. Vultures sleep what they didn't build. They brought us to this country as a labor force. We built the foundation and they hate us for it. We built the foundation and they ain't pay us for it. They ain't pay for it, but they gon' pay for it. Already paid for it. Now believe pray for it. Now believe and pray for us. Now believe and pray for us. We're black and we built the foundation. Stone by stone, generation to generation. Vultures said we had no culture. And vultures got a Jay-Z poster. Them vultures got a lacy poster.
Hotep, my brothers and sisters, I am your brother and leader, Dr. Fool John Doe, and I'm here on behalf of our first national and international leader of Pan-Africans. I'm here in place of him as his successor as the current leader of all Pan-Africans. I've created a new name for Pan-Africans from all over the world, and it is Daffy Ducks, which stands for Descendants of African Fleers to America. My hope is to Africanize Black Americans and make them the generic African, and to swap places and make Africans from Africa the generic Black people. With you all help, and with the help of COINTELPRO from America to Russia, I believe we can accomplish this. Salam alaikum.
Hey, peace to the family. So I gotta make a poll about this 19 Keys guy. Yeah, it looks like he's been doing some off code stuff for a long time now. I did a little bit of research, not even a lot, like nothing extensive at all, and it came back like, damn, like this guy been getting exposed from like not just being off code, disrespectful to FBA, but also just an alleged scammer. And anytime anybody want to sell you something and promise you the market's gonna, explode, like all these guys are scammers. Or anybody want to teach financial literacy, yeah. When you hear people do that, I'm gonna teach you financial literacy. Scammer. It's not that hard to get a balance sheet, families. It's not that hard to get shit, I lost a word. I had no sleep, woke up early as hell. But when you want to, what's the proper term, family? I got on my Facebook wall 4 years ago. It's when you document your income coming in and your expenses going out. I said a balance sheet, that's for like businesses, kind of like the same thing. That's all you need. That's all you need. All you need to do is track your income, expenses, right? And what goes out, your bills. And then that's it. And then everything else is what you left to play with, to have your little fun, or, if you have a hobby, like that's what that money, like the leftover money determines what you do, what you can afford. But you gotta document all your income coming in, your monthly income, and your monthly expenses. Subtract your monthly expenses from your total monthly income coming in. And that's how much money you're worth for the month. If that thing say $50, you got a problem. That thing should be saying something significant where you could put a portion of that up, savings, investment, whatever, but definitely savings. That's it. It's not that much deeper. I'm gonna teach you financial literacy. All of a sudden, you're going, I'm gonna teach you financial literacy, and you're gonna be able to turn $1 to 1 million by the end of the year. Stop. Stop. That's all fantasy talk, family. All you gotta do is know how much money you bring in and how much you kick out. Expensive. We're talking about live. We're talking about things you have to pay, like phone bills, car insurance, car note, rent, mortgage, child care, whatever. Like things you have to spend on. Things you have to spend on. That's it. Anything else, people scam you. All right. All right. So yeah, gross, expensive, net. Right. Yeah, definitely. Jay Morrison type of dude. Then I'm looking at his gear. One moment he looking like Elijah Muhammad, and then when Rizza Islam is like getting more respected for that lane, this this dude started looking more like Ibrahim Traore. Wait till I show you this stuff. All right, so let's get into wait. I had one more. Wait, before I officially cook this guy, there was one more video that I got to get ready. Hold on. There was one more video. My man got all these financial videos. Oh, like, what do you do again, sir? My man acting like I do stop, bro. You taking YouTube money and you doing something with your YouTube money, bro. You wasn't no business owner before YouTube, no successful business owner. Okay, so I want to find the video where he's talking about Africa. I'll find it. Let me just start right here. All right, so right here, I said FBA Revolt said you got to watch this, man. What y'all think? We got 217 likes, hella comments, people. Most FBAs that commented here out of 217, well, actually the 86, basically, what's that? Almost like a little less than half said they ain't rock with him. They said the dude's sketchy as hell. And here is some information. Let's see what he says.
When you go and you think about Africa, you have to think about Africans, right? Africans is divided by tribes, languages, ethnic groups. You can't talk about investing in Africa unless you talk about connecting with Africans, right? You can't just jump into the land. It's like, all right, there's Africans out there doing stuff, right? Talk to them, create connections, create networks and bridges, and build. When you go and you think about Africa, you have
create connections. Okay. 54 countries, 1.5 billion Africans. Go and just connect with, and keep in mind, these guys are the scammers of the world. So notice that none of these Pan-Africans never caution us, hey, hold on. None of these Pan-Africans ever caution us, hey, if you want to link up with your whoever in Africa, yeah, you dig, just be careful. Like, it's never that caution of, just, a lot of them, you might could work with, but you got to understand a lot of them also scam. So be wary of A, B, and C. Like, it's no caution at all that they provide no caution from you being scammed by an African. They pretend like all Africans are on code, and they are all just willing and ready to work with FBAs. No caution for being scammed. To them, that doesn't exist. White man lying. Africa's an honorable people. Stop, bro. None of them caution you about being scammed. None of these guys. That's not even realistic. Like, if you come to any FBA city, we'll say, hey, link up with this person, that person, but be careful because you got guys like 19 Keys out there. who's supposedly FBA, and you got to watch out. And that's how we talk. We don't go out there and say, "Hey, work with any FBA." We know we got crackheads and off-code domestic coons. I mean, to think about that. These people are saying just go work with Africans as though scamming isn't a big part of their culture. And then we get scammed. Like, yo, I took your advice. I got scammed. You want to compensate me? Oh, no, they scam over there. Well, you didn't tell me. You just said go link up with our family, right? Yeah, well, you know how family do. Like, they'll just make up excuses, but they will have they won't hold themselves accountable to paying you back. What about this one? Hold on. Where's the mute button thing? It pops up when it wants to pop. There we go. God damn, pop the hell up. Waste half of the video.
I'm just a part of the DNA of that's been going on. So when I think about being an American in America, I don't have to go to Africa for my pride.
Yeah.
Right? I'm going over there. If an African brother found out that he had American blood in him based on our history, he'd be happy as hell. Wait a minute. My ancestors was Huey and them? Oh yeah, I'd be happy as hell to find that out. Because I know that they a warrior class that's the most resilient people ever. There is no modern history that can show me a more brilliant, innovative, inventive, warrior, resilient class, because we've been fighting so many wars that we've never gave up. And this is the sense of pride that a young child has to instill. This is why let them get rid of the Department of Education. We have to have this type of resilience and say, you know what? We're going to build a peer-to-peer Department of Education ourselves to educate ourselves on our own.
Hey, family, all that we going to build, listen, we got to stop. We got to stop that. And like most of these guys hate on Tariq Nasheed because he actually just do it. And like, you got to respect that. Not just him, but there's other folks out there who just do it. Not that we got to do. I hate those we got to. I'm not even we got to guy. I do it. Yo, we got to speak on. No, we just do it. We just do it. The whole I call them I'm about to. Yeah, I'm about to start this company. Yo, stop, bruh. Yeah, I never respected nobody who keeps saying we got to and I'm about to. Go do it and tell us where you at. Tell us how you need more help or what you're missing or what you expect in the next year or quarterly updates. But this whole we gotta. So when they say we gotta, that means he ain't doing it. Yeah, cause he want you to do it with him. He's scared. He knows it's gonna flop. So let's flop together. Let's fail together. I can't stand these we gotta guys. All right, I'm about to, and we gotta. I'm telling you, I have a high standard with friends. Yo, do not tell me this we gotta stuff, man. Yo, I'm biased. Yo, we gotta invest in. No. You go do it. That's your idea. You do it. I got an idea. I'm doing it. I don't need nobody help. I'm gonna just do it. And then I ask for your help because I have a working reality. Like, yo, look what I'm doing. And I just do it. All right, so he's supposed to explain his name right here.
Masturbation is already working.
Right, and you talk about names. You have a powerful name, 19 Keys.
Yes, sir.
What's the meaning?
Wait, he said you got a powerful name, 19 Keys. He said you got a powerful name, 19 Keys. What does it mean? Then how you know it's powerful? If you don't know what it means, why are you calling it powerful?
19 Keys was first inspired by a quote from Master Muhammad. Master Muhammad said in the 1930s, he said there's 17 billion original people and there's 2 million Indians. And he said that represents the 19 million rusty locks. And he said there's 19 billion well-oiled keys to unlocking those rusty lock minds. And so those keys are interchangeable for knowledge of self, interchangeable for enlightenment.
All right, now all that stuff he's saying right now, that's not okay. So what he did was he made up some bullshit. It's not powerful. The Nation of Islam says 17 million plus the 2 million Indians. It did say that. So Tariq was right when he said the Nation of Islam was always embraceful of indigenous people, right? The original indigenous, the Asiatics, wherever he called them. But he definitely said 17 million. He said, what's the total population of the original nation? 17 million plus the 2 million Indians, right? And he's talking about the indigenous Indians, not some $5 Indian, right? So he did say that, but all this other stuff he doing, unlocking the soul of your vibranium No. He made all he got right was the 17 million plus 2 million, the 2 million Indians. Everything after that, he made it up. Like that's his, what they say, understanding. That's a stupid ass word. But everything else is his understanding of what the 17 million with the two, and all that inner, outer, overstand. Stop it. Understand. See, I understand everything, but then I get deeper and I understand. So when I get to the chakras, then that's when I overstand. So they do everything but understand. That's why they so crazy. Like they don't understand anything. They understand, understand, overstand. It's like, dude, when do you understand what I'm saying to you? Jackie Chan?
Right? So therefore, those people can never be oppressed again in that darkness because they got light in the mind to activate. So therefore, that number 19 is a number of completion.
Hey, he just said absolutely nothing. Let me go back. This dude said, and this is deep to some people. This is deep. This dude said nothing.
Yes, sir.
What's the meaning?
19 Keys was first inspired by a quote from Master Harlem said in the 1930s, he said there's 17 billion original people and there's 2 million Indians. And he said that represents the 19 million rusty locks. And he said there's 19 million well-oiled keys to unlocking those rusty lock minds. And so those keys are interchangeable for knowledge of self, interchangeable for enlightenment, right? So therefore, those people can never be oppressed again in that darkness because they got light in the mind to activate. So therefore, that number 19 is a number of completion. The smallest digit and the highest digit, everything exists in between that, right? Those keys is that truth. So it represents all truth to be observed and to be brought out inside a person. Wealth ain't hard, man. The man that starts the mission is already.
Hey, yo, the real question is, bro, were you ever a member of the Nation of Islam? You did? Because I'm going to tell you, I know nothing about this guy, but the way he's dressed and the way he's talking, no. He's never been an official member of the Nation of Islam. He ain't sell no final calls. He ain't go out there. Nothing. Like, I want to know if he was ever a registered Muslim of the Nation of Islam in his adulthood. Because I'm gonna jump off a limb and say no. And then he's one of those guys that read the books, will halfway read the books. But people like him, I'm telling you the way the Nation of Islam works. The Nation of Islam works. It's like, yo, you gonna join or not, but don't cosplay. You know, it's almost like no different than like in a negative sense a gang. Like you can't walk around with the words, the slang, the gear, and don't join. They're gonna be like, yo, man, what's up? So the Nation of Islam is no different. They're like, yo, what's up? You gonna fall in the ranks, or you gonna wear the damn gear all damn day and call yourself 19 keys? And another thing is the Nation of Islam said no nicknames, right? They don't do the nickname thing. So that's why I know he was never a registered Muslim. Oh, let's go here. So he just cosplaying. All right, what about this one?
I'm just a part of the DNA of that's been going on. So when I think about being an American in America, I don't have to go to Africa for my pride.
I already watched that one. All right. So 19 Keys is leading a global diaspora into the future. Yeah, this dude thinks he's a leader. Yo, I've been watching this dude interviews in Africa, and he's over there talking to like some local African leaders as though he's a leader. Like, yo, like this dude is speaking on the behalf of FBAs. Like he's promising them our labor. Yo, the African leader, like, so I have 2,500 Africans at my expense. I snap my finger and they're doing something. What do you have, nigga? Well, I have the FBA. Yeah, 19 Keys like, well, I have the FBAs and we have $1.5 trillion spending. I'm like, yo, dude, you out there cosplaying as the FBA leader, my guy? I'm gonna play it. I just couldn't believe this guy's out there cosplaying as though he's a leader of FBAs. He could promise something. Yeah, I will have them redirect their expenses that they do with what whitey man, and they will be in the snap of a finger patronizing Ghana. They will build Ghana up. I just need 100 grand up front. These scammers, yo. He's leading the way in the global diaspora to the future. Doing what? Giving lectures? My goodness. You gotta stop. Yeah, these scam artists, man. Can't take the more good people. Can't make no good. Yeah, nothing about this guy. No damn registered Muslim talking like that, dressed like that, calling himself 19 Keys. You don't do that, man. It's Islam. You go by your name, and then the name that the Nation of Islam give you. They give you Muhammad. They give you X. You go by X and Muhammad. Or if they assign you some special name, you go by that. You don't make your own name, by the way, in the Nation of Islam. So you don't say, hey, man, the 17 million plus the 2 million, that's everybody. That's the 17 million with the indigenous people of the land together. That's 19. So 19, right? 1 plus 9 is 0, and 0 is a cipher. And cipher is circulation. So, you know, the blood circulates to give to your brain, and that's brain power. So that comes back down to the soul, you dig? And when I mean soul, I'm talking about you reap what you sow. Like, stop. 19 key shit. Lord Maul says, I don't think you can trust a dude that refers to himself as 19 Keys. That's the name of a mumble rap. Yo, this dude literally came out of nowhere. I seen Young Pharaoh's beginning. I seen Sarasut and Seti's beginning. I seen Dr. Umar's beginning. I even seen Jay Morrison's beginning. I seen all these guys begin. I seen Brother Polite's beginning. I seen everybody's beginning. I even seen the red pill and blue pill beginning. I seen Shaka Atmos beginning. I seen everybody beginning, but this guy. This guy literally comes out of nowhere. 1 million followers. Like, yo, what the? Who you? Like, I don't know nothing about you, and we're in like the same spaces, like the conscious woke spaces, and I heard nothing of you. Like like everybody that's supposed to be woke and conscious, they all paid a visit to Sinetta TV. They came through for whatever, right? That's where the grassroots were in that arena. This dude never came by. Like, yo, what you got to hide? Hiding on earn your leisure. Anyway, yeah, you want to talk about a questionable background. Ethiopian warriors created the first coffee energy bars. The first energy bar. Listen, man, bro, I'm one guy who will never buy an Ethiopian warrior coffee energy bar. Dude, you have no FDA, no Food and Drug Administration, to guarantee that that stuff actually works, is actually coffee, is actually potent, or the potency of the caffeine. And also, if you ain't gonna just kill everybody, if any toxins in there, any cross contaminations in it, any salmonella, right? We don't know if you are making the coffee beans, crushing them, or whatever you're doing with the coffee beans. We don't know if you're cross contaminating it with bushmeat. And I'm dead ass. Like, we don't. He's a warrior, right? He's tribal, so he got bushmeat. So we don't know if you are on the same table with the same dusty, dirty hands, making bushmeat, and in between crushing the coffee beans. You don't have an FDA, right? So the way that works is, family, if this was actually true, they will pass the information and technology to a more advanced, business that you want to supply and distribute that. And what they'll do is, or redistribute it. And what they would do is they would test it. Okay. And they would see, okay, you got to give us what you do. Like, how do you process this? And you got to show them how you process it, what facility. And it can't be right there. That's your facility? Yeah, how does that? Yeah, his facility is outside nature. Yeah, y'all do know you got to have a facility, right? When you want to serve the people something that they're going to put on their skin and in their mouth, it has to be a controlled facility that accounts for germs, micro probes, whatever. Yeah, you got to account for all that. You can't just be wide open like that with salmonella mosquitoes just flying, plopping into it. A hyena come over there and lick some of it, eat some of it, and just bounce. A baboon takes it, takes some in his poop. Like, nah, yeah, that's not how that works, man. And they want to convince us that the way we regulate food and drugs is somehow criminal, but we can just allow this guy to do this right here. Look at this. So this is how they produce their coffee. Again, outside, family, you'll never catch a business that sells something that you put on your skin or in your mouth outside. That is against all regulations of a first world country. And in a primitive country, you can do this right here.
Raise it up, bro. Look, wait.
Nobody's wearing a face mask. Nobody got gloves on. Dude got his bare, disgusting hands in there, and we supposed to just ignore that and act like this is.
But you guys see he was moving from his elbow. He wasn't raising from his shoulder.
Raise it up, bro.
Hey, this dude, everything's a photo op, bro. This dude, everything's a photo op. Everything's a moment to take a picture and put in this IG. All right, listen to this right here. Look, here goes. Now I told you he went from Elijah Muhammad. Hold on. Come on. This is the look he had before. And I think he got jealous of Rizza Islam like influence where it kind of outshined him because he was never, I don't believe he was ever a member. And we know Rizza Islam is. So he'll never outshine Rizza Islam when it comes to the image of the Nation of Islam, like the representation. So he's going to take a backseat to Rizza Islam as far as that. I think he can't control, he can't face that reality. So he went and took on a Ibrahim Traoré look. Look at this. That he went from Elijah Muhammad to Ibrahim Traoré. Yeah, look at this guy.
Peace, family. We don't want to use up each other, but we want to be useful to each other. I have built my platform myself independently going across the planet Earth because I care about us, right? Our partnership with large brands so that we can shift the financial literacy landscape.
When they talk that stuff, family, scamming is normally attached to it. Financial literacy. Bro, can you explain what you mean by that? He just saying words. And he linked up with the largest. Stop it. Who the hell are you, man? Matter of fact, this guy said he linked up with the largest companies and really?
Wait a minute. Who are you?
Who are you, bruh?
Shift the economic landscape. I partner with my brothers at EYL. There's 25,000 black people that show up just to learn about financial literacy business.
Bruh, ain't nobody learn no goddamn financial literacy from EYL. You know what you can learn financial literacy from? Watching Shark Tank. You know what else? Watching The Prophet. Let me show you where you can learn, get some financial free. You ain't gotta be scammed. Okay, hold on. God damn it. Stop. Okay. You want to learn some free financial literacy? Go to watch Shark Tank episodes, all of them. Also, I got this for you. Hold on. This damn Bing. Get out of here, Bing. Nobody want no damn Bing. Okay, so Shark Tank is one, right? Come on, man. What the hell? All right, this is one. Here's another one. That's another one. Here's another one. This show right here. Right? Here's another one. All those flipping houses shows, right? And free. All free, and you will learn something. And flip this house. Okay, and this one right here. This is a good show. I just here we go. There we go. This one. Okay, and there's many others, but this is just something real quick. These are shows where you learn about real estate, you learn about business, you learn about pitching your business to, like, if you have an invention or you have a product you want to pitch it to, like Microsoft or gaming, whoever. Like, it teaches you how to actually come correct. So you learn all that stuff from those shows, financial literacy. You don't learn financial literacy from EYE, Earn Your Leisure, or EYL, whatever that shit is. You don't learn it from there, bro. Like, what have you learned from there? Like, I could tell you exactly what I learned from watching those shows. That's financial literacy and about real estate. You can learn from there. You don't learn from these guys, these woke spaces. All they want you to do is buy some bullshit that they selling. Okay, so now, hey family, I know y'all liking the video, because if not, I gotta play the no disrespect in the house. When you come to somebody's house, right? This is actually your house too. That's even worse. When you come to your own house, you gotta respect it. So you come to the FBA News and Updates house, you got to like the video. When you go to Afro-Elite house, you gotta like his video. When you go to Dennis Sperling or whoever out there, Jason Black, you gotta like the video. That's what helps signal boost all of our messages over these tethers, like from last night, that weirdo, and these proximity tethers like 19 keys, right? Honorary tethers is what I call them. But when you come into somebody's house, your own house, you gotta like the video. So here's some motivation. I had this song ready because I had this song ready because I knew the disrespect in the house was gonna be there.
No disrespect in my house, 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 in my house. Visitors should be thankful. I don't come at all. Where was the xenophobia?
Hold on. Now, let me get to the best part. Here you go. No disrespect in the house.
No disrespect in my house, in my house.
Here we go.
In my house, in my house, in my house, in my house. In my house. No, none at all. Visitors should be thankful. I don't come at all. No disrespect.
All right, so no disrespect in any FBA house. Keep the hospitality up, and like the video, family. And look at Ibrahim 19 keys.
Business and entrepreneurship, right? I built and grown a channel with millions and millions and billions of people all around the world that tune in for long form content in an era where people can't pay attention.
Bro, shut up.
Right? Before I built Supermind, I built a brand that was based on minerals, old water, silver. You understand me? Lions, man, cordyceps. And I understand that Uganda has many of those things here at high quality. So why not be the greatest supplier for the diaspora? Because we're now getting our supply from somebody else. And all I'm saying is let the continent be the supplier for the diaspora so that we can help each other.
So he said, let the continent. Who is stopping them, bro? You just said that all the minerals and gold is in the land, in the ground. So who is stopping them? Gaslighting alert.
And so we recognize the value.
Okay.
And if we recognize
this is it right here. A family. He's out here talking to this African tether right here, who's like the king of Zamunda. And he tried with that plebiscite babble with this guy. And this African leader had enough of the plebiscite babble. Like he was cutting this proximity tether off over, like very disrespectful, just cutting off 19 keys. And he in there smiling and tiptoeing and dancing, being totally disrespected, being cut off at will. Listen to this.
the saying is black excellence is a scam that replaced black power because it didn't give us ownership. The Black Panthers were about ownership. Nation of Islam were about ownership. And then we were just happy to be represented. And so now our generation is saying, what can we own? And that's what the bridge is.
What do the black people own in the U.S.? Currently, we own culture, and culture is a
Yeah. Yo, my man said about physical ownership. So the African Zamunda King said, what do Black Americans own in America? This dude said we own culture. So he went from talking about tangible things you own, like products, services, to we own culture. No, we are the culture. To me, we own it. We are the culture. Okay. So he said we own culture. Now he's talking to an African king of Zamunda, and he wants to know like culture. Like, yeah, we don't care about that culture shit over here. We want tangibles in Africa.
$1 trillion export.
The music and so on.
Music, song, language, right? Fashion. The whole entire industry is influenced by us. So now what we're doing is learning.
Okay, is it influenced by us or do we own it? Because you said we own culture, we own music. You said all that stuff. This tether, like, I don't recall reading that. I recall Jimmy Iovine. I recall all these other big dogs, you know, controlling rap, movies, and your image.
Financial literacy. So we put in the infrastructure behind that. We do an event where my brothers.
How about manufacturing?
You cut them off.
Manufacturing, we starting with that with land. So John Boyd, who is the Black president of Farmers Association in America, is now looking for that capital. So they.
Hey family, this is literally what babbling is called. He's out here asking them direct questions, bro. What about manufacturing, dude? Do you guys manufacture anything? And he's John Boyd, and what John Boyd hopes to do. What John Boyd hopes to do, he's looking for capital. This 19 Keys guy said.
We do an event where my brothers literacy, so we put in the infrastructure behind.
Now look how he just cut off the babbling. He's babbling. The African dude just cut his ass off.
That we do an event where my brothers.
How about manufacturing?
Manufacturing, we starting with that with land. So John Boyd, who is
the family, never trust a video where the guy just walking through like a factory or some shit. Like that is the biggest hustle, biggest finesse ever. Look, we own the factory because we're walking through it while we're videotaping. So we must own it because we're walking through it and we're videotaping. So we must own this big facility.
Black president of Farmers Association in America is now looking for that capital. So they're building their own.
He's looking for the capital. He's looking. It's that I'm about to do shit. We got to do something. He's looking. He's not saying what he actually have in his possession, what he's about to do.
Infrastructure on the land. But it's something that we lack that we now have to go into the future because we started late.
So you are not in manufacturing?
Our biggest one is media.
You heard him? He said, so you're not in manufacturing. You're the African dude like, yo, so all that just to say you're not into manufacturing. Got it.
Is what?
Media.
Media.
Yeah, so we control media infrastructure, stories, branding, architecting the ideas behind the brand.
You own TVs, radios, what do you?
Well, we have platforms.
Look, it's bad. Hey, listen to it. Look at the title. 19 Keys just show how 19 Keys just showed us how not to represent America to a foreign leader in Africa. Embarrassing to rewatch. Hey, family, this is horrendous. This dude is literally babbling off straightforward questions. So, do you have manufacturing? What do you own? And this dude returns with babbling.
But we control media infrastructure, stories, branding.
Not in manufacturing.
Our biggest one is media.
Is what?
Media.
Media.
Yeah, so we control media infrastructure, stories, branding, architecting the ideas behind the brand.
You own TV.
Yeah, even his man looking like, dude, bro, stop talking, bro. I didn't sign up for this. You said we was gonna come over here and feed some starving kids and go home. I didn't know you was giving a one-on-one debate with an African king. So he said, we control media. Listen to the language he's using. We control media. So he's using control and own interchangeably because he said we own black. He said they own black culture and then he switched up and said they control black culture. You don't think this Zamunda guy caught that?
Stories, branding, architecting the ideas behind the brand. To
You
increase the
own
value.
TVs, radios, what do you?
Well, we have platforms. So collectively our platforms probably amass upward to about 50 million followers. Yearly we get hundreds of millions of views. We do events that gather tens of thousands of people.
That man said so he's selling potential. We get hundreds. He's lying about the views, by the way. Stop, bro. Okay. But he's telling a guy that barely have electricity, and he's trying to get him to understand views on YouTube.
And we shift industries.
No, very good. No, we had started with but we got busy with the Carmichael, with very many black people. Later on, we started working with people like Andrew Young, he was less radical.
You call my man radical. Like, yeah, he like, yo, what are you talking? Yeah, I don't work with people like you. I just babble. And family, he was ending it like he dropped the bomb. Like, now, look, y'all see his facial expression. He knew he was bullshitting, and he was hoping the African guy just play ball. He was hoping the African guy just play ball with him. All right, don't expose me. Don't embarrass me, bro. I give y'all a $200 donation. Don't embarrass me. So okay, so the link is going to just be for people who don't believe he's an op. Now, I'm going to keep playing the evidence, right? So you remember, let's get the evidence out there. So here's the link for people who believe he's not an op. He's on code with us. Well, damn, but the next poll going to be, is he on code? Because you don't got to be an op if you're off code, right? I guess to me, it's kind of like the same thing, like being off code, and that's like the same as an op. So if you don't believe he's an op, the next question got to be, do you believe he's on code? All right, so let me close that one out. All right, I think that's going to be better. So the next poll is he on code? 19. Yeah, so here's the new poll. Is 19 keys on code? Okay, that's the new poll. I think this might be a better question.
Speakers of truth. I tell people all the time, if you want to compete with me, you got to speak more truth than me. It ain't about the money. It ain't about the cost.
If you want to compete with him, you got to speak more truth than him. And now he got the Ibrahim look again. He got the Ibrahim mixed with the FOI. Oh, yeah, this guy's all over the place.
It ain't about how many followers. It's about whatever the truth is.
Hold on. What up, family? Blessings and opportunities, man. Let me put this kilo worth of gold chain on real quick. And it's a reason that I waited till I got on screen to put this chain on.
Listen to this scam.
Because I want y'all to know, number one, I bought this with the market. You understand me? When you buy things.
All right, family. He's trying to scam his listeners. Now, this is what he's trying to piss to the African. Hey, I got a bunch of docile followers who will buy into your scam. So he's trying to convince you that he bought this new gold chain because of his market investments. This is why you should follow him, pay him to learn about which investments you should invest in. And he's going to guide you to those safe investments where if you invest in those things, you're guaranteed to win some money. To make some money. That sounds like the Marcus Garvey scam package. Marcus Garvey told FBAs, hey, man, if you guys invest in these in my BSL line, and it's funny, it's called BS, but Black Star line, if you invest into my line of ships, not only will I get you to Africa, in Liberia, but your return on your investment is going to make you very wealthy. That was actually Marcus Garvey's pitch that we don't talk about. He promised FBAs not only would they end up in Africa and Liberia, but their money, like they'll be wealthy from their investments into the BSL line. So now he's trying to convince his followers that if they listen to him and follow his guidance on what investments, who knows the investment, crypto, NFT, who knows what scam he's into. But he's trying to convince you guys, if you follow his lead and listen to what he says you should invest your dollars in, you'll be wealthy, but you got to pay him first or join his course. And he put the gold chain on, right? Allegedly gold chain that he bought from his investments. This is what he's trying to convince you on.
Y'all to know, number one, I bought this with the market. You understand me? When you buy things with the market, it's a little different, man.
You good. This is the date that
you'll be
that
wealthy,
I posted
but
the
you
video,
gotta.
And this is out there.
They hard, man. The man
where
is
the same
Hey,
stuff.
yo,
I got live documentation of when exactly he said he made the money from the market.
So he didn't make money from the market. He got wired money from the company to be an endorser and advertiser for this crypto coin. They gave him coin.
Okay, so fam, you see that, family? They're alleging that he didn't make money from the market to buy that gold chain. He got endorsed by a crypto company to say that and sell out his audience. This is what he wants to offer that Ugandan in Africa. Hey, I got a docile membership, followers, right? That if I sell them your finesse, you have a certain percentage of people who's going to fall for it. And he's like, not all of them, obviously, but out of 100 people, maybe 25 fall for your scam. And that's good money.
Coins in
All right, let's move on. Fam, let's get the likes up, or I gotta play the song again because we're down 30, and I got a lot of videos on this weirdo. Okay, so watch this one, and we didn't even get to the crazy part yet.
Pan-African scammer. 19 Keys is still at it, trying to force Africa down our throats. Listen as he plebiscite babble about how good his African coffee is because of the Ugandan dirt and equator and...
Oh my God, he said Uganda dirt. The last thing you want to say in Africa is dirt. Okay, yeah, we're good. So the Ugandan dirt is, so being dirty in Uganda. So being dirty in Uganda is more clean than being dirty in America. Oh boy. Let me rewind that. The Ugandan dirt. Being dirty in Uganda, you're more clean than a dirty American. Yeah, they gotta stop.
Throats. Listen as he plebiscite babble about how good his African coffee is because of the Ugandan dirt and equator and volcanoes from thousands of years ago. He keeps saying that we will only rise if Africa rise, and we need them, but history shows we have been rising without them for centuries. This video is just an Pan-African coffee ad low-key and trying to make it seem like Uganda.
Yeah, so if he's being paid by Bitcoin companies to sell his Bitcoin, why wouldn't an African company pay him a few pennies to promote their coffee?
Is Wakanda. We already have FBA-owned coffee companies. Jada Kiss and his father have a family coffee business. So yeah, we only supporting our own, right here in our homeland.
Peace family, 19 Keys tapping in. I wanted to share a quick thought. I got maybe 10 minutes before I get to my destination. After spending some extensive time right in Uganda, I had some thoughts about the global diaspora in Africa and the relationship and why we actually need each other, right? And it's imperative that I believe that people listen to this conversation. First of all, I want to say anytime I'm talking about global politics, global entrepreneurship, I'm not talking to people that do not do global business. Most of the time, people don't even have the value, right, to exchange in another place to even be having this conversation in the first place. I'm not talking about saving Africans, right? Most of all, y'all know my saying, save yourself. That's not what I even think they need. And nor do I think that Africans need more Africans, right? There's a lot of Africans already in Africa. That's not what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about is a value exchange. Let me break it down to you, right? So I was in Uganda. Uganda has a GDP somewhere around $30-something billion, right? Black America has a buying power of somewhere around $1.8 trillion. The global African GDP,
Oh my God, these damn numbers, man.
is stated to be somewhere around $3.2 trillion, while they say what's inside the minerals of Africa is somewhere around $44 trillion, and I think really is incalculable. But let's just say we're going by those numbers. Uganda has about 48 million people. Black America has about 48 million people, right? Our buying power is larger than their GDP by 10 times over, right? Now, when I'm thinking about something like that, and I go to a place like that, that has the average age of, you know, the person is somewhere around 15 years old, right? Then we look at 30% of the population, no, 70% of the population is under the age 30. Under the age 30, just take that into account for a second. That means they have the youth, right? The average age in Africa is 19 years old, right? The average age in Europe, to give you contrast, is 44 years old. So that means that
Wait. Hey, bro, you're comparing 54 countries to a handful, and you gotta stop. He's saying family. You got East Africa. Those are Eritreans, Somalians, Sudanese. All those people, they don't necessarily rock with the South Africans, and South Africans don't really rock with the West Africans, and they don't really rock with the North Africans. They don't even rock. South Africans don't even rock with South Africans like that. West African tribes, Hausa, Fulani, they don't rock with. So West Africans don't rock with West Africans like that, and they don't rock with South Africans or North or East. Why is he acting like this big melting pot?
It's 20 years younger than Europe. Africa has the future, and so does India, but that's a whole nother conversation for another day. Now, when I think about doing business over there, first of all, I want to talk to the entrepreneurs, the global entrepreneurs, the leaders, the creators, right? The influencers, right? The infrastructure people, right? You have an arbitrage of value outside this country, to me, that I think is 10 to 100x. And when I was out there focusing on doing the business deals specifically for Supermine so that we can source some of that Ugandan coffee, because things that grow in the Uganda.
Hey, family. So this dude, remember, he had the post saying that he's going to lead the way he's going to lead the diaspora to African global power. All this, we gotta, he about to, we gotta, and family, all he could come up with is investing in coffee beans. All this business, entrepreneurial thing, financial literacy, bro, the best you thought about is coffee. Yo, the best you thought about was coffee, my guy. So I'm gonna stop going to Wawa. I'm gonna stop going to Quick Check and wherever I go, and I'm gonna wait for you to deliver a pound of coffee to me. That's listen, the average Chinese Black American, we don't even have like a grinder thing for like coffee. We got like a regular thing where the coffee beans are already grounded up. The best he can offer us, out of all the slick talk he was saying and talking to world leaders, is that, yo, I want to invest in your coffee. Yeah, they like, nah, just buy the whole thing. Those Africans like, yo, invested it. Man, just buy the whole thing. What you talking about invested it? Buy the whole thing. Buy us out, man. We don't want to produce this shit. Buy the whole thing and it's yours, and you go sell it to FBAs. This dude said coffee beans. Go ahead, bro. So tell us why the Ugandan coffee beans is better than Colombian and this one and that one. Tell us why Ugandan coffee. We got to have it from Uganda only. Go ahead. Go ahead and do the sales pitch. Go ahead.
Ugandan soil, right, are high valuable. Why do I
wait, what?
Ugandan soil, right, are high valuable. Why do I say that? And this is why it's important to understand and to travel to get these experiences. When I was out there,
wait. So if I travel to Uganda I'm going to get the experience that Uganda's soil is better than Colombian soil. Like, come on.
That, thousands of years ago, of course, Uganda had volcanoes. These volcanoes,
wait, thousands of years ago they had
breathe in the ash is terrible for us. But once it goes into the soil and it mixes with the soil, right? Over thousands of years and hundreds of years, what ended up happening is all the minerals that came from the earth, right, are now within that soil.
Did he spell earth EARF? Did he say earth?
Over thousands of years and hundreds of years, what ended up happening is all the minerals that came from the earth, right, are now within those.
Yeah, my man said earth. He's with a hard F. So 1,000 minerals from a volcano gazillion years ago did what?
Soil, magnesium, potassium, all the things that you can think of. So it also has a climate that is closer to the sun because Uganda is right there at the equator, right? Meaning that it is very rich because you're going to get more condensed, right, mineralization. So this is why they actually have the strongest caffeinated coffee in the world called a Robustus coffee. Right, them, and then you got Ethiopia with a whole nother one, but they can grow high grade and low grade because their soil literally can grow anything. They have a population of people who actually don't even need to make money to survive because there's such abundance of food everywhere. When I say everywhere,
hey, bro, that's every third world country, bro. They don't fucking pay rent in third world countries, my guy. So they all live off, starvation ain't one of their biggest problems. Okay, it's fixing their homeland. That's their biggest problem. We never said go home and eat. We said go home and fix it.
Everywhere you look, there's food, there's fruit, there's vegetation, right? You can spit on the ground and grow a clone.
Wait. How did this go from that to, how did it go from coffee to this? So you can spit on the ground and what?
Look, there's food, there's fruit, there's vegetation, right? You can spit on the ground and grow a clone of yourself. That's how good the fertile soil is.
Oh my God. This is his best sell pitch for us to buy Ugandan coffee over the regular stuff we use every day.
And then it's the most beautiful country I ever been to personally when you're talking about views, landscapes, because it's underdeveloped. And then it got me thinking like, God damn, the West is overdeveloped. Right now, when I'm talking to tourism board, talking to the president, talking to all these different people.
Bruh, stop it, man. You're not that important out there, my guy. The way that guy drilled you that last interaction, they don't take you seriously, my guy. Okay? You be babbling when you go over there. And you must spend some money here and there to entertain you, but they don't take you seriously at all, my guy. They want to know, how you going to talk to a leader and you're not a leader yourself? Like, they want to know, like, what can you do? Like, who can you get involved? Like, you don't have nothing. Like, the reason why Minister Louis Farrakhan was taken seriously when he go to African countries, because he was a real strong voice in America, and he had a large following. Yeah, so he was taken seriously. Like, what you got? Views? This guy said YouTube views. We do this. Dude, stop.
About business inside that country, right? They did not see what I was seeing. I see a story to be told about wellness, the cognitive garden of Uganda, right? I see a story to where there's so many opportunities that if Black Americans went out there, all we would see is opportunities for us to do business. Then I start thinking about this because they start talking about value addition. They said what happens out there.
So my thing is go do it, man. Go do it. Show us how great you're doing financially. All the networking and the new relationships you have with Uganda. Show us that. Show us that. You dig? And then maybe you'll get some people that think that's cool. But bro, this whole we gotta and you about to, we're past that, man. Go do it. Go do it. Just show us. Go do it. Go take advantage. Look, you're by yourself. You got no competition. FBAs are not with you on this journey, right? On this investment. So that means that you're going to kill it. You got no FBA competition with this coffee in Uganda. Buy it up and then try to resell it. See where it goes.
The problem is that they're always giving away the raw minerals, right? And what they mean by that is they take when you know the process of coffee, they take a green bean first. This green bean gets exported. It doesn't get roasted. It doesn't get turned into a brand, then get sold as Ugandan coffee. Because oftentimes you might see Kenyan coffee and you might see other coffee and it might actually be from Uganda, right? But the problem is that the farmer is selling this for like a few dollars, you understand me, a pound. But by the time this leaves and goes to Africa, goes to another country and they selling it, right? They selling it for tens of dollars, hundreds of dollars, right? When you're talking about, increase in price. And so
when you watch Shark Tank, right, and you have entrepreneurs, serious entrepreneurs, not liars like him, and they have this thought like this, right? And they'd be like, yeah, man, I'm in Uganda, it's a coffee, and blah, blah, blah. The first thing they want to know is how many how many pre-orders you got? You did. They want, okay, if it's this great, this opportunity, and you believe Black Americans are going to buy this coffee bean if we give you an investment, how many pre-orders you got? Like, how many FBAs are already on board to patronize this coffee endeavor you got? No answers. Secondly, how do you plan on getting this coffee into big retail stores like Walmart, Piggly Wiggly, ShopRite, Kings, and other stores out there? And nothing. Have you talked to those people to see if they would be even interested in giving you shelf space? No. It's okay. So this is going to be online based. Okay. Okay, cool. So you have a website right now? Based on the coffee? No. So you don't have a website already for the coffee? Because once he said yes, they want to know what's the traffic like on that website? How many people look at the website? How many people subscribe? They want to know all that stuff next. They get very detailed. That's why I said, like, you learn a lot about financial literacy just watching those shows I just gave you just now. And then, oh no, only 7 people in March came through. They're gonna say, okay, what about February? 15. What about January? 20 people. So you've been declining? And like 15 people, that's not enough. So he would have to lie and say, nah, about 2,500 people came through my website. Really? It is like you have to lie at that point. But let's hear this coffee stuff.
So the Ugandan that's the coffee farmer might still be poor, right? Because they don't have the ability to make brands. They don't have the culture, media, and influential
But you
power
do.
like we have in America, where we can
Oh
make
my
a
God!
brand
Now is we family again. Here we go. He needs every FBA to get on board with this bullshit for it to work, bro. Go be great with your coffee mission, my guy. Not we. We don't speak Creole. We don't speak French. You're over there. You're pitching this idea. So talk about you. Don't talk about FBAs. Remember, you're the guy with the financial literacy. You know all this stuff. You got money. You're over there, Africa, investing. You do it.
increase in price. And so the Ugandan that's the coffee farmer might still be poor, right? Because they don't have the ability to make brands. They don't have the culture, media, and influential power like we have in America, where we can make a brand hot and make it worth billions of dollars like we've done for a long time. Then I think about that correlating to our story. They take raw minerals and they export it, right? Then by the time things are imported back into their country, they're buying it at 100x. Then we take raw influence and export it through media, language, right? Platforms, music, etc. We, as a people, when I'm saying we, I'm talking.
All right, so let me just debunk one thing. He said Uganda is near the equator, so that makes the coffee, a little better because they're right in Africa, right? Uganda, they're near the equator. But you got to stop. Hey, being at the equator does not make you meaningfully closer to the sun in terms of distance. Now, he knows, if you read the teachings of the Nation of Islam, the Earth is 93 million miles away. The equatorial bulge is negligible. Okay? What he's trying to say is, at the equator, the sun's rays hit the Earth at a direct 90-degree angle. Right. So he's saying that means the light is more concentrated and passes through less atmosphere, leading to higher UV exposure and more consistent condensed photosynthesis for the plants. So it's not about distance. It's about the angle of radiations. You got that? It's not about how close you are to the sun. It's about the angle of radiation. Okay, now he said Uganda has the strongest caffeinated coffee in the world, and he said it's called Robustus. All right, cool, that's fine. All right, and then yeah, okay. But if that's why, I mean, I don't believe that's enough for people to say, ah, yeah, I'm done with dark roast. I'm done with this. I'm buying Uganda because of volcanoes 10,000 years ago, coming, rolling over the damn soil, leaving minerals and family. All of us been drinking coffee before this Ugandan stuff. And obviously we're drinking coffee because we think it served the purpose already. And some of us don't even like, hey, yo, I'm ready. Some of us, I like strong coffee, right? A lot of us don't even drink. We drink regular and light coffee, regular. A lot of folks shy away from strong coffee, strong dark coffee. Go ahead, man.
About Black Americans, we represent roughly 14% of the population, even though I believe that's somewhere around 19%. We can get into that another day. 14% of the population, but that 14% of the population influences 70% of pop culture, right? Now, if we're looking at that in terms of influence and what's the value of that, I calculate that to be somewhere around $5 to $7 trillion. Now, of course, give or take, which I would take to give more, right? Because I think that it's really incalculable, the value that we have.
Oh, my God.
Think about how, Kanye West influenced brands that are worth billions and billions of dollars, but he don't own it, right? We make Twitter hot, right? But we don't own it. So we export.
Here we go back to come on, dude. He's going from coffee. Just talk about coffee. Talk about how much you invested already. How are you distributing it? Who's buying it outside of Uganda? Let's talk about that.
Raw influence, raw culture. We give that to the world without equity or ownership. So we're both getting bad deals. We've been getting bad contracts for the last 400 years. Now I started thinking.
Wait, we didn't sign a contract?
What if the African that has the raw mineral did business with the Black American who has the raw influence and they create brands themselves where you have a vertical integration?
But ain't that you though? Ain't that you? Aren't you the Black American with the influence? So go do it. That's what I keep trying to say. Go do it. Stop telling us about this dream, this beautiful Marcus Garvey dream. Bro, go do it. You be the one to show us. Hey, family, remember I told you about Ugandan coffee and the volcano and the robustus and the closer to the equator, all this. Yo, well, guess what? I linked up because I got influence. I linked up with some Africans, right? Some African tethers, and we partnered up, and we're actually selling our coffee to these other countries who then put their label on it, Folgers, whatever. But yeah, man, we're doing great. We're public now. So if y'all want to, or private, and y'all want to invest, go ahead and do that because we got these numbers going on. That's how you talk to us. That's how you talk, bro. Everybody disrespects us where they just could pitch a dream. That $1.5 trillion. If you wanted to, we can communicate with Mars, right? And that 1.5, we can actually order a UFO from Amazon. So now with that UFO, we can get in there. It fits 10 to 15 people, depending upon weight. But we get that UFO and we can actually fly. We could teleport to Iran and we could do our own news channel. Because now we know what's really going on and we're invisible and we're, bombs can't hurt us or the elements because we're in a UFO. We defy Earth logic, right? So none of that stuff apply to us. But now we're here, right? And we can see what's going on in Iran and Venezuela and China and Russia, and bring you the right news. We got to stop this. Bro, it starts with you. You're the influencer. You met the African. How is business?
What if the African that has the raw mineral did business with the Black American who has the raw influence, and they create
You go do it.
brands themselves, where you have a vertical integration supply chain to where you're getting the best price, right?
Yeah, he's trying his best to sound like Reza Islam or pull like somebody. Bro, go ahead.
You're able to increase the value of that, right? And then you're able to create these brands, and we can do business with each other and bridge the global diaspora. If we make one of the countries.
Wait, how is Africa part of the diaspora? Diaspora stands for dispersed. How is Africa part of that? Africa is the reason why there is a diaspora.
Because we influence it, but then we have equity in the resorts, we have equity in the tourism, we have equity in these things. Right now, on one end, if I'm building a brand over here, Supermind, right, and it's helping me build in my community.
Oh my God, family. He's setting you up to invest in him. I see it already, family. Give him the money. I already see the play. He's the one influencer who can meet with the one African guy with the coffee, and he's already in Uganda. I already know them. Family, some Jay Morrison stuff. Invest in my brand, and I will invest in the coffee. And then you will have dividends. Like this is the Jay Morrison scam.
Build wealth. And then on the other end, right, the farmer and the villager that now is also exporting the raw material is also benefiting, because they're no longer getting $1. They might be getting $10, right? So now they can build wealth. So now we have an economic bridge that allows both of us to build wealth for our people on both ends of the spectrum. We take the thing that people said was our weakness and we make it our strength. So this is the way I'm seeing global business. Now, when I'm out there and the way that I break things down, I think that Black America, sometimes, not Black America, but the world takes things for granted when you have them in surplus, right?
Weaponize the term African American.
When I go to other countries, right? I did a Black business conference in the UK. I did it in
Yeah, how is he doing all these Black business conferences with no business? Like, dude, what's your business? Like, his business is hypothetical. It's contingent on FBA's investing in him, giving him the money, and he'll make all the investments for us. Give him the money, and he will invest it. Okay, Bernie Madoff.
Birmingham, London, or Birmingham, UK. Then I did one in London, UK. I did the first financial literacy conference in Bermuda in their history. We set that one off. That was amazing.
Hey, bro, again, family, that's a scam. People want to sell you on financial literacy. It's not that difficult. Financial literacy is literally, it starts off with just this. You can't learn about stocks and Bitcoin if you don't know the basics. You have to know how much income you bring in and what are your expenses. You subtract the expenses from your total income, and that's the money you got to play with. Okay, now in the expenses, you would do food, cable, the main things you have to spend your money on. And then everything else is potential investment money. Okay, that's it. And then you take a percent of that, add it to savings, put this over here. You're probably gonna want to go out, go to dinner, go to movies. You set aside a budget for that. It's a budget list. That's what it is. It's a budget list. It's that simple. And then if you want to invest in, gold or some bullshit, you just look into that. You just look like who can teach you about, like, you can just look into it. You got ChatGPT. You don't need none of this stuff no more. Matter of fact, how about this? I got it.
right? I've spoken all across the world, right? Done conferences in Dubai, in front of the pyramids in Egypt, in East Africa, in South Africa, right? I've literally spoken in Canada, anywhere you can name it. So I do global business as a global entrepreneur, right? And people appreciate it everywhere I go. The problem is when I get to talking about one specific continent, black people in America get caught up, and not everybody, it's a very small percentage, right? But I was looking at something online that'll put this in context. You know that they call this thing this Jerry Springer triangle. For those who grew up in the 90s and watched Jerry Springer, things of that nature, right? His content was the most divisive. It was the most negative content that you can get on TV. Now, it made America seem crazy because you would think that everybody was going through this. But what happened was there was a small triangle of people that he was actually pulling from, right? Kentucky, Virginia, all of these places. And that represents 70% of his guests. 70% of his guests came from the same area. But nobody knew that. It made it look like these were guests from all over America, but it wasn't. He was pulling people from these white trash places. He was pulling people from these low impoverished places. And it made it seem like this polarizing view, right, of American life was a reality when it was literally taking 70% of all his guests coming from one small triangle in the United States. So I know that the perspective of the people that are the loudest is not the perspective of the people, right, in the world. It's the 1% of people that often get loud. But these people sometimes get loud enough to throw negativity that actually has no logic to it, right? Because if you don't plan on doing any business globally, then a conversation for you is not there at all. It's actually a very niche conversation for people who would actually be valuable. Africans are not over there waiting for saviors. You know what I mean? The people that will do business with you, they don't care who you are. They're not saying, oh, black American, come save me. No, they want people of actual value, influence, power, intelligence, right, and mindset, absolutely, but not everybody. So it doesn't make sense for you to get mad at this conversation, and I'm not sure what narrative that you're actually running off of, right? The Indian man goes over there and does business. I was talking to them, and they running all kind of businesses, fruit businesses, mineral businesses, and they doing crazy exchange, and they making millions and millions and building wealth for their family. The Jewish man over there, no, the infrastructure of the politics, infrastructure of the business,
okay. Right? Yeah, and he's right, yo, Femi, look how he's moving up and down, rocking like he's really spitting some unheard facts.
Did an interview at this media company. Who comes out? This white man walking out. He owns the company. You understand me? Look at the hotels. There's an Indian man that ran the hotel that I stayed at that resort. When you go look at who's making the machinery, the Chinese man is making the machinery.
Yeah, but you're talking about coffee beans, my guy. All the stuff you're talking about is some big player stuff. And you're going to compete with them selling coffee beans to who? Black Americans? Like, dude, stop, man. That market for coffee beans right now to Black Americans only, that's not a huge market. So you got to admit that you be looking for, some white clients as well, right?
He has a lot of soft influence deeply embedded into that. Who's giving them their weapons? The white man, the U.S. American, is giving them their weapons so they can be a stabilizer in that region. They're doing business. The only person I'm not seeing
a few moments later.
Us. Now, maybe you can break this down.
Hey, family, he's comparing us to whole nations. The Chinese man, the Arab, whole nations that been intact for centuries. This guy's, and foundation Black Americans, we can compete with China, and we can compete with Saudi Arabia, and we can compete with all these other countries that, like, that have militaries and what?
Some thesis and tell me, how do we benefit by not doing business with things that will allow us to build generational wealth on the youngest continent?
All right, see, family, that word right there. The dude said generational wealth. There's a key terms when you hear, you have to, your scammer alarm, your scammer flag got to be raised. Financial literacy, when you hear that word from people, scammer alert. Generational wealth. When they promise you, or they even act like you can be financial literate and you can get generational wealth, family, is most likely a scam. So the results are in. The results are in. Let's see what the results say. Okay, so we got the results. Okay, it's a financial literacy isn't some mystical secret that requires a guru or a $2,000 seminar to unlock. at its most basic, it is simply knowing how to read the scoreboard of your own life so you don't get cheated out of your labor. Think of it as the difference between being a worker who clears the land for someone else and being the owner who holds the proprietary title to the soil. The simplest breakdown for the 4 buckets. You don't need a degree to understand these 4 concepts. Everything in the world of money falls into one of these buckets. Income, the harvest. This is the raw financial power coming in from your labor, business, or investments. Expenses, the upkeep. This is what you pay out just to keep the lights on and the stomach full. Assets, the C's. This is stuff you own that puts money in your own pocket even when you aren't working, like a business, stocks, or a rental property. And that's something you dig that we ain't really got like that. Then you got liabilities. It says tethers. This is this is stuff you own or that takes money out of your pocket, like credit card debt or a car note. Okay. So it says translating grifter jargon into layman terms. Grifters use vitriol and complex words to make you feel disdain or small. So you'll pay them for a map. Here is the translation. Diversify portfolio. Don't put all your eggs in one basket. Compound interest, letting your money's babies have babies. Capital gains, selling something for more than you bought it for. Liability mitigation. Stop buying stuff you can't afford that loses value. That's it, family. That's it, right here. This is basically financial literacy in a nutshell. Stop buying stuff you can't afford that loses value. Capital giant, selling something for more than you bought it for. Compound interest, letting your money's babies have babies. Diversify portfolio. Don't put all your eggs in one basket. That's it. That's it. Everything else is just fluff. Okay. Everything else is selling you a dream to scam you. Really, all he's saying is give me your money. I bet you he got a website somewhere that's dedicated just so you can give him your money. He will invest for you. I can tell that's where it's going before he even says it. A matter of fact, let's see if he got a website. Okay, so high LVL master's enrollment. What the hell is it about? So you could book him. You know what? Yo, what's his booking fee? He's one of the most influential leaders, influential thought leaders. Huh? 19 Keys is one of the most influential thought leaders in our time. Oh, this dude is illiterate. This is his website. All right, this dude is an illiterate. He's so paid and rich, right? He can't get somebody to do his website for him, a real website developer. 19 Keys is one of the most influential thought leaders. It's supposed to say in our time, not and our time. So already scammer. Dude, you put and our time. 19 Keys is one of the most influential thought leaders and our Oh my God. No. But he reaches millions, right? Monthly. Okay. No, dude. Let's see. All this joint, gain access to look, I told you all this stuff is give me your money. Gain access to 19 Keys private community focused on mental evolution, spiritual and financial success, monthly consultations to keep you aligned with your goal. Yeah. Keep you aligned with your goal. Okay, what else we got? Become a sponsor. No, thank you. Join a high level club. All right. This dude spelling a strong community of creator. Wait, what? Yo, where's the S right here? A strong community of creators, not creator. A strong community of creators, leaders, and wealth builders mastering self and world building. Yeah, where is the S right here, my guy? Who proofread this damn website? Yo, yeah, that's family. That's not a good look. All right, opportunities, booking. Let's see how much he costs to book. Oh my God. Yeah, are you seriously? Keynote 25,000. Speaking engagement 19,000. It was stop. Dude, stop. Online feature podcast shows $5,000 magazine feature. Stop. High level, right? Yeah, I bet it is. High level cost to get your ass to get you on somebody. All right. To access you some okay, so opportunities. What is this? Apply to be a guest or nah. I know it's gonna cost thousands of dollars. Okay, nah, because you cost 25 grand, my guy. Apply to grow your podcast, sure. Not gonna fall for that bullshit. Apply to work with high level media, nah. Um okay. Retail space, book a high level. How much is that? High level consultation. Looking like Marlon Wayans. Like, dude, stop it. Oh shit. It says one-time investment. He called it an invest. Look at the language. 3333. One-time investment. So give this guy $3,500 for 30 minutes of babbling. And I guarantee you ain't gonna get no questions in. You're gonna be babbling his ass off. Yeah, this dude wants some money. Okay. Bookstore. You got books too. Oh, you know, they got the books. I'm gonna give them that. These guys stay. Let me see the books. How much the books cost? Thousands of dollars. Okay, this is back to booking him. Okay. All right. Okay. Book. Oh, so book 19 keys. All right. So you don't have no books. Let's go to resources. What the hell is this? Yeah. When?
So while everybody is going to school, get a degree that the Department of Education is making them pay 2x multiple now on their loan that they can't afford to
Yeah,
get
but you're making us pay too though. You not your stuff ain't free.
out of, right? You
Ibram Trey looking ass nigga. Like, now look, he got the Huey P. Newton Black Panther Ibram Trey look. He this that Elijah Muhammad look.
learning the skill sets that allow you to become more valuable in the future as you master it. That more people are needing you the more you learn this thing. I can walk into any company in America. I can talk to any business owner in America, right? And I can be of value by teaching them how to think about AI, looking at their business, auditing it, and telling them the value that they can get out of it to be more effective, to save money and or to make money, to optimize their own human skills and ability. I can talk to almost anybody in the world about artificial intelligence and they'd be mind blown because they're going to leave that conversation saying, I didn't know. And I can cut them off in the first 5 minutes and say, no, you got to pay me for this knowledge. And they would. If you want to walk around being valuable, money will chase you. So we start with the end in mind. And we want to be wealthy. We want our free time. We want to be able to make more money, to sell more products, right? We want our lives to be easier by learning systems that allow us to automate mundane tasks so we can start operating like machines and actually enjoy life. Then you're in the right place. So press 1 if you're ready to invest in this knowledge as you spend time learning with our good brother Gabe Wilson, and he presents this opportunity of AI agents for you, your business, and your legacy.
This is the High Level Club. Learn, grow, develop. High level webinars. 80% mindset, 20% skill set. Tap in.
All right. Anyway, let me get that out of there. All right. Yeah. So he's $1,000, right? You got to spend. You got to have a bag to get that guy. All right. Anyway, let's go here. Let's
In
finish
the
this
world
out.
that everybody else is seeing as the future. Now, who made this hot conversation? Jack Dorsey. Jack Dorsey started talking about Africa is the future. I'm going over there in Africa. Everybody got their eyes over there wanting to build. The problem is that Africa don't want to be colonized once again. They would rather do business with their brother if they can establish a brotherhood. Now, I'm not saying that we all come from Africa. I don't go over there like a lost puppy looking for myself. I go over there as an American. I go over there as a man knowing myself and then building based on the value that I have within. And the things that I have that are tangible that I.
All right. So the link right now is only for those who believes he's on code. I would like to hear, your reasoning. It's your opinion. I can't change your opinion. I'm gonna give you a little pushback because I want to remind you what's our code. But anybody who believes he's on code with all of what you're hearing, call in. I would love to hear your take on what you're listening to. I want to know, how is this on code? All right. So if you believe he's on code, if you want to, you can call in and explain how, with all this rhetoric, he's still on code.
I can provide as a service, right? So I'm looking to be as a global diaspora consultant, an ambassador, right? Doing high level business. Because Rwanda got hot because they reached out to an American company called McKinsey and they paid them hundreds of millions of dollars to help them run the campaign. Now they could have came over here and gave me them dollars. You feel me? I would have ran that campaign. Then it would have benefited.
You see that? Give him the money. He'll do it. Family, you heard it for yourself. It comes down to give this guy the money. He has the expertise. He's the influencer. He's the savior. He's the leader. He'll do it. He just said it.
Because Rwanda got hot because they reached out to an American company called McKinsey and they paid them hundreds of millions of dollars to help them run the campaign. Now they could have came over here and gave me them dollars. You feel me? I would have ran that campaign. Then it would have benefited Black America and them all at the same time.
Yeah, but what's your resume for running campaigns? Like, what's your percentage on success? What's your successful rate in running campaigns? Give him the dollars. No, dude, we already seen your website. You want all the money.
A man named Diallo went over there to Ghana, and he's the one who curated the narrative about the return. And now Ghana is making billions of dollars. Raw influence, but no equity. Now, don't get me wrong. I went over there. He has massive real estate, massive influence, and he's making massive money bringing people in. Do not hate on that man's business. So, again, I don't think Africa will rise without the diaspora, and I don't think the diaspora will rise without Africa. Why? Because if we're looking at the opportunities between AI and Africa.
Hey, yo, my man said he don't think the diaspora rises without Africa. Well, I'm gonna say the diaspora won't rise because of Africa. How about that? Africa is trying to be the reason why we don't rise. I'm saying specifically FBA. Okay, so if FBA don't rise, no, Africa is trying to be the reason why FBA doesn't rise. So, and that's how they're trying to force us into, hey, work with us. No, get out of here, man. Don't you got business partners? You got the Russians, you got the Chinese, you got East Indians, dude. Y'all good. Y'all already got y'all help. Africa don't care about no damn FBA money. They care about money in general. Just give them money and they'll do a deal with anybody. And they've been doing that. That's their business model. Just give them money and they'll take it from there.
Biggest opportunities of the future. So, execute. It's going to take some time. It's going to take some patience because doing business on the continent is a completely different type of doing business, I will say. Now,
bro, you're trying to invest in coffee. You didn't do no business.
All the time that I have on my short ride. You feel me? I'm afraid to have this discussion in my Patreon for those that tap in.
Oh yeah. It's back to money. And what I noticed, family, is people who supposedly successful with business, this is not how they behave. Everything is money. I'll give you a little bit here, give me the rest. Yo, every time I heard somebody in these woke spaces, everybody who I heard in these woke spaces, okay, that do this whole give me money, they all end up being scammers. So he got a short ride, okay? He conveniently got a short ride where he's educating people how to do business in Africa and level up and become a gazillionaire overnight. He conveniently only have 10 minutes for you. But then he inconveniently have forever, as long as you subscribe to his Patreon. And let me see how much that Patreon is. God damn, dude. How much is your Patreon?
Peace to the gods, and the interview with the Ugandan president will be up. Peace.
Yeah, that interview didn't go well, man.
My career.
Yeah, he was grilling the hell out you. All right. So let me see this guy. 19 keys. There you go. So what's this guy Patreon, man? Everything is, hey, if you want to learn more, book me. Look, buy my coffee. Oh, I got it. Wait, is your coffee now? Hold on. Yeah, my man got something called the Wealth Pack Bundle. He's talking all this business shit and he ain't selling y'all no service or products. He's out here just give me money. Where is the Patreon? All right, so 19 keys at 19keys.com. This dude is so full of himself. All right. Okay, I already clicked that. Join.
To the society, the culture.
Yeah.
Then in recognition, when Peace Valley on my way to the gym, but I Wakanda, I think, gave people a mental image of what it would look like if we built our own world. And so for the first time, a lot of black people had their first glimpse of, oh, this is what a black world would look like. You know, with some black rituals.
Bruh, ain't nothing black about Wakanda. That was happening in Africa. That was African rituals. Okay, you got to stop tagging black to African stuff. Okay, you talk about your culture is you're the pure African. Black don't got a culture. Black are lost people. Well, then how can Africans be black if that's what it represents? No, Africans, bro, Africans, and it's a movie. It's a bullshit movie to support this old Pan-African stuff.
And language and colors and I like the movie specifically for that reason, because it was good imaging and programming in the brain. You know, for me, I think you see Africa in 2050, 2060, and I can just imagine Africa as this beautiful, you know, tech, but at the same time, organic center. And I think that there can be a completely new model that's built in Africa, not old existing system worlds.
Hey, family, he got dreams for Africa that no African have. If you go ask an African about this dream, they'll be like, hell no, I don't see that ever happening. These guys got bigger plans for Africa than Africans. All right, this is another reset thing.
They will push to you about how
Hold on.
women.
Come on, pause that. Let's back up. Let's check out these websites. Hold on, before we go to that. So I didn't see the Patreon. Hold on. I want to know how much is this Patreon. Let me guess, $50. Oh, he got membership options. No, he don't even got the one set price for $4.99. He got the membership options. No, let me guess. It's gonna be deluxe option at $100. So let me guess. It's gonna start as low as $5 and go as up as high as $100. So we got 1. We got 11. Okay, all right. So that's it. Okay. It wasn't 100. Wait. We're not. Wait. It ain't over. I thought it was over. 11 in the movement. You're not just watching, you're building. You apply the keys and wait. Hey, family, the language. Yo, listen. He's a scammer. He's an alleged scammer. I'm gonna tell you, nobody with this much to lose would do a website by themselves and display their ignorance. You're not just watching, you're building. You apply the keys and want to grow. What? You're building. You apply the keys and want to grow. You apply the keys. Okay, I guess that's okay. This could be worded better. It's not as illiterate as other stuff. You apply the keys and want to grow in real time with others doing the same. This tier brings you into the workshops, the blueprints, and the live sessions that keep the code. Yeah, as successful as this guy portrays to be, which I don't believe at all, you will pay web designers to write all this stuff up for you. You will be having AI write it up. We're in the days of AI. AI could dress this up where it sounds professional. This is high school dropout language. Access to high level nation private digital community, monthly live builder session with 19 keys, exclusive PDFs, notes, and frameworks. Shit. How often are you gonna get this? Every month? Private builder group for collaboration, everything in the member tier, behind the scenes content, exclusive content, live stream. Don't everybody get the live streams? All right, so okay, so I was close. I said 100, we got 44. This is the highest level of alignment. The ones who really want to see us build, then now the guilt trip. If the people, now you could pay for the 22, you could pay for the 11, you can pay for the $1, but none of you guys really want to see them grow. The only people who want to really see 19 keys build, it's a us. Who's the us? That want to really see 19 keys build a media conglomerate. And stop it. You're not here to consume. You're here to help create. So everybody else, the 22, the 11, and the movement, they're not there to create. They're there to consume. And they don't want to see him build this media conglomerate. Okay. You'll have priority access, direct insight into new projects, and your input will help shape. Oh yeah, he's gonna make you do the work. Access to high level, man. Stop fan requests, live chat, exclusive voting power. What? Exclusive voting power. Voting on what? The next scam? Yeah. That's crazy. All right, so what is this? What is this? So if you donate $5, next time make it 10. If you donate 10, next time make it 25. If you donate 25, next time make it 50. Yeah, this dude is crazy. Look, one supporter, only one person fell for this scam. But he has all this influence, and only one supporter fell for the. Oh, this is the coffee thing. This is the coffee finesse that he's telling Uganda he can help FBAs patronize, and it'll be a $1 billion business, $1 trillion business in no time. He got one supporter for his coffee. Dude, it's the coffee cup. Dude, stop, man. That coffee finesse is garbage, bro. The best you can do, and look, this shit ain't even working. So the best you go home. Yeah, go home. Go home and fix your goddamn country. Look what it says. Go home. Yeah, that's what we're saying. It's the best message he gave so far. Go home and fix that country. Nation building qualification. We're seeking aligned leaders to build the future of digital. So everybody leader. Leaders with community building experience, financial capacity, and a vision for creating self-sustaining digital nations. We value ethical leadership, collaborative mindset, and long-term commitment to building something meaningful. Oh, shit. Oh my God. Just a whole bunch of nothing, man. All right. So explain to us the division in Black America.
The biggest issue is your body, your choice. You need safe access to, abortions and things of that nature, but they never talk about access to pregnancy when you have the choice to produce a child in this life and the quality of life that you should live, right? And the quality of mindset that you should be in. Because instead of having a world where it's based on not having no shame, how about we start pushing virtues and values again to men and women, so that if I have a son and he meets your daughter, I want to make sure that they're good for each other. So when our family blends, right, we're creating and we're pulling together two empires, two nations, two legacies that are now strengthened for the unions that come from them. So my son had to be embedded with a mission, certain ideas and certain knowledge.
Yeah, link your son up with an African princess. Hey, I wonder if 19 Keys is Daffy. I wonder if 19 Keys is Daffy Ducks.
Hotep, my brothers and sisters, I am your brother and leader, Dr. Fool John Doe, and I'm here on behalf of our first national and international leader of Pan-Africans. I'm here in place of him as his successor as the current leader of all Pan-Africans. I've created a new name for Pan-Africans from all over the world, and it is Daffy Ducks, which stands for Descendants of African Fleers to America. My hope is to Africanize Black Americans and make them the generic African, and to swap places and make Africans from Africa the generic Black people. With you all help, and with the help of COINTELPRO from America to Russia, I believe we can accomplish this. Salam alaikum.
I wonder if this guy is also Daffy. All right, what is this? Oh, this is the Wakanda bullshit. All right.
And your daughter has to come with a certain mission and knowledge and virtues and values as well. So now that child that comes from that union
Okay, man, stop it.
Still in the mud. You want, hey, we still in the mud. No, our goal is to make a generation that is greater than us.
Oh, come on.
Science. Now we can start building agendas around that. Well, what?
Yeah, why he talk like he a robot? Like he is AI. Like 19 Keys is AI. Is 19 Keys AI?
What do they need to be watching? What do they need to be reading? What do they need to be eating? Right? What is the village that we need to put them in? Okay, well, what are the resources that we need to build? So now we have a foundation to start on, but everybody that does, people feel like, and this is where you get into a bit of the history, Black America specifically, not even speaking on the full diaspora, we have some
relearning to do because we don't really know our history. America specifically, not even speaking on the full diaspora, bit of the history.
Okay, family, this is what they normally do. That's why I had to rewind it, because I say this often. These guys love to put the blame on Black Americans, meanwhile start explaining why Africans fell and come up short, and why they say the things they say that's very disrespectful towards Foundation Black Americans. They always come around and tell us that we're failures, that they're who they supposed to be lineage to. But people who they don't have a lineage to, somehow they're just great, innocent people who didn't do nothing wrong. They're just angels. They need our help.
Everybody that does, people feel like, and this is where you get into a bit of the history. Black America specifically, not even speaking on the full diaspora. Oh my God! We have some relearning to do because we don't really know our history correct enough to understand why we are the way we are today. We don't know our history enough. If we understood our history, right, let's take it back.
Wait a minute. But you know our history, right?
So there was a time where there was anybody know what mulattoes are?
Wait, so we don't know what a mulatto is, Brian? So he just said we don't know our history, love. I don't know one Black person in America that's foundational that never heard the term mulatto. Not one. From New York to California to Texas, wherever. Y'all heard of mulatto? Yeah, dude, you're not talking to tethers, man. But we don't know our history enough.
To understand something, because once we can get clear of these things, then we can be like, all right, I get what we need to do. Because we don't understand why we have so many different values and differences between each other. I can understand it. Okay, well, I see you come from this perspective, I come from this perspective. And so we'd be like, but we Black brothers, let's work together. But your values ain't the same as mine. Like, this is my idea, interpretation of Black family. These are your progressive values. I don't agree with them. So why would I fight for, right, this with you when we're not fighting for?
You see that? So he'll find a way to cause division amongst Black Americans. But those same Africans that don't have everything he said about us, those Africans don't have that with you. Those guys do female mutilation, genitalia mutilation. Those dudes do CHILD trafficking. You feel me? Like, these guys are scammers. I guess he knows about that. But he's trying to pretend that he has more in common with an African from either 54 country, that he has more in common with them than an FBA person. Bruh, stop it. Like, we're just screwed.
For the same thing. Matter of fact, we're fighting for two different things, and you have an opposing view of values. So that don't make no sense. So when we go back to
gaslighting, straw man, giving us a straw man, gaslighting it.
This country, there was a lot of white men that were having sex with a lot of Black women. And there was a lot of brothers that was having sex with a lot of white women in the early slave
Stop it. Wait, what'd you say?
days. And there was a lot of brothers that was having sex with a lot of white women in the early slave days. Right?
Wait, so there was a lot of, are you serious? This dude says a lot of brothers during slavery. All right, come on, dude. Hold on. Yeah, this guy got to stop. Yeah, listen. Now remember, he said a lot of the reverse as well. Okay. One more time. Say it again.
There's a lot of brothers that was having sex. So when we go back to this,
but he said that we don't know our history.
Country, there was a lot of white men that were having sex with a lot of Black women. And there was a lot of brothers that was having sex with a lot of white women in the early slave days, right?
The early slave days. Family, who the hell talks like that? Yo, give us a, you're supposed to say the early 18th century, 19th century, said the early slave days. What does that even mean? All right. But we don't know our history. Sexual relationships between enslaved black men and white women during the 1800s were extremely rare, highly stigmatized, and severely punished under Southern legal and social codes. While the sexual exploitation of enslaved black women by white men was widespread and systemic, the inverse scenario was strictly prohibited by white supremacist power structures. Any documented instances of such relationships often resulted in immediate violent retribution, including lynching or legal execution to enforce racial and social hierarchies. But this guy just told you guys a lot of enslaved men were having sexual relations with a white woman during the slave days, whatever that is.
And things, and you have an opposing view of values. So that don't make no sense. So when we go back to this country, there was a lot of white men that were having sex with a lot of black women. And there was a lot of brothers that was having sex with a lot of white women in the early slave days, right? And they would have babies. And some of these babies, and most of the time they say it was the women, because they had certain sex forms that we don't talk about. And these sex forms.
Yeah, let's not talk about it. You're just making stuff up. So you've been telling me that a white woman was actually a lot of these white women were giving birth. Because remember, the whole point is to teach about mulattoes, because we don't know about mulattoes. So he's saying mulattoes came through interracial relationships between white men, black women, enslaved people, or enslaved black women, and enslaved black men and white women.
Forms what they call vixens, right? These were the lighter skin, the fair skin. The mulattoes, for the most part, they could pass for white a lot. So they will push to you less to vixens, right? These were the lighter skin, the fair skin. The mulattoes, for the most part, they could pass for white a lot. So that they wasn't using their name and it wasn't connected to them. So they handled all of their money and all of their affairs and everything. And what ended up happening, entire class of them, right, that had money, that were more educated, that come from a more bourgeoisie background. Why we're so divided today. Because we have all of these spectrums of thinking and ideologies and, philosophies about the...
So family, I told you, it comes back to us. We're divided. Africa is intact. All 54 countries, all 1,000 tribes, they're one on accord. They're about to get along. They're about to kick the European out, kick the Asian man out, and they're going to take over Africa and produce a Wakanda. We're divided, but Africa is intact.
The best way to do things. So sitting at a round table, we get to deconstruct some of these ideas and then reconstruct them in a better way that has foundation for everybody to get what they want. But we can't do this without us understanding the truth. What's in your blood, what's in mine? Where do we get these ideas about each other? Because we oversimplify history.
Here we go. The media now he blamed us flat out. But Africans, the white man brainwashed them to hate us. Dude, even if that's true, how can we work with a brainwashed people who hate us? See, so either scenario wouldn't work for us.
History too much. And we have to identify that there has always been tribes. There has always been differences. And in that difference is where we can find peace, because we can say, okay, well, this is the way we want things. This is the way you want.
No, the difference is, family, that we can actually literally justifiably point to a source who dispersed us in America. Well, first of all, the division started in Africa. They kidnapped us. Africans kidnapped us, stole us, took us, and sold us to white people. So the divide started right there. And then white people continued it. They brought us to America, and then they sold us, divided us further, right? So, but it started in Africa. That's the part that these guys rarely gonna talk about. Now he's in Ghana, but he don't talk about that slave trade. He don't talk about Ghana's role in slavery and enslaving us, kidnapping us, and selling us to the white man. So no, the division you're speaking about, buddy, that started off in Africa with the tethers, and then white supremacists continued that. But guess what? But Africa was long divided into tribes before a white man came over there. So that is your genesis. Your genesis is tribal, not ours. Our genesis is people dividing us by force, the African tether and the white tea supremacists.
Let's create treaties, right? Let's find a way where we can settle upon our differences and get what we both want.
Yeah, well, I don't have any differences with Africans. I barely talk about them, barely mention them. I don't, work with them at all. I don't need to. My life been going the way it's got to go without ever doing business with one African, my guy. So no, I'm okay with that offer.
Unity, so that I can be significant to my community, which means that I have to focus on my growth and development. But if we see...
Okay, so we already know he has an agenda, right? He's selling Uganda coffee. So if FBA's delineate, he believes that we won't buy coffee. Bro, because he got the wrong, he's panicking. He got the wrong concept of delineation. We can still buy coffee. Coffee is coffee. So if everything you said about the coffee was true, that could still be the sales pitch. Like, we're not dumb. We're not going to buy an inferior coffee because, like, we buy products made by other ethnic communities that don't speak highly of us, right? So now, if the product is good, it sells itself. But these guys are insecure, and they start to panic, and they think, oh, FBA is delineating, that means they're going to boycott African. Delineation does not mean boycott. Okay, it just means that we're making it clear we're not African, we're not African American, we're not none of y'all, the Caribbean, none of that. We are foundational Black Americans. We're a different human being than those who are grouped up in the same race category as us. We're not the same as them. We're different from them. That's all that means. And any compensation, any money, any resources that's allocated to us only because of the harms of America, then write that check, send those resources to foundational Black Americans, not to the race Black / African American. Do not send it there. Okay, it's going to be return of sender address. Do not send it there. That's all it means. This is our address. That's all. That's their address. This is ours. You got something for us? Send it here. Don't send it to a generic address where anybody can pick up the package and become a porch thief.
Ourselves as victims instead of victors. And this is media.
Hey, family, this is Plebiscite Babble, Oswald Bates, and he swear he kicking knowledge. This is the media. What media, man?
Ourselves as victims instead of victors. And this is media. If we don't see it, we can't believe it. So media is so powerful that they continue to project these ideas as us as niggas, as slaves.
Yeah, but how is media doing that for Africa? We understand America the media is not controlled by us. That's why the African tether asked you, the president of Uganda said, yo, do you own media? Nah, but what we do is he started plebiscite battling. We control the narrative. This whole control the narrative rhetoric that he was spitting. Like, nah, dude, we are totally past that.
Right? It's ignorant, it's no good. You don't see my archetype represented. I take media very serious because it is a mental manipulation tool to the masses. So it's important that these roles that are played into the unconscious collective, into the young minds of the young boys. I made a video about this actually years ago. It's on my YouTube page if you search for it, but I was explaining why the psyche of a young white child and a black child varies. Yes, and I'm going to explain testosterone. I explained.
Oh my God, you're all over the place, buddy.
How is Magneto based in America after the Million Man March and people took an oath of atonement? And there was a lot of things that happened behind the scenes, but the funding was blocked by Joe Biden and the Democrats and the rest of them at that time, because they said that the nation couldn't get any outside funding. It would be considered right? From a top level to the grassroots level, because I know a lot of people that's doing great things and all they missing is
If this is not babbling, I don't know. What was the message? I don't know. Don't care. I gotta go. All right. What's up here?
I want to understand why y'all get so mad when I talk about Africa.
Okay, because you're glazing Africa. That's why. We don't care, hey, Africa this, Africa that. You're glazing it and you're selling it to Black Americans. That's why now, if you just talk about what you're doing in Africa and what your little community is doing, your little cult followers are doing, we don't care. But you keep trying to sell Africa to Black Americans, Foundation Black Americans. That's why we're pissed off. Like, dude, stop. That boat has sailed and drowned with Garvey steamships. You dig? That's over. So yes, we're upset because it's disrespectful, man. We're on to something more productive, conducive, tangible, realistic. The African Pan-African stuff, that's gone, bro. And again, if you want to take yourself to Africa like you've done before and sell coffee, go ahead, man. But I just don't. I mean, goddamn, we did the coffee thing, family, in the 1600s. We already did coffee. Right, we already did cotton. We already did rice. We did coal mines and steel mills. We already did that, man. We ain't going back. Remember Jasmine Crockett? She said, we ain't gonna be picking cotton no more. Well, guess what? We ain't gonna be toting coffee beans no more either. That's out. Hold on. Where's Jasmine Crockett? Crazy ass. Hold on. All right, this is my message to 19 Keys with this coffee stuff. I'm gonna send you. I'm gonna redirect you to Jasmine Crockett. Okay. You think it's sweet over here. No, that's not it. This one. Hey, bro, we done picking cotton. I'm gonna let Jasmine Crockett tell you, my guy.
Not. We done picking cotton. You not. Okay, so I'm lying. Raise your hands. You not. You not. We done picking cotton. We are. You can't pay us enough to find a plantation. I know that's right.
Yeah, she is so corny. Oh my God. That wig is stiff as hell. Yeah, hey bro, we want to extend Jasmine Crockett words and messages to you, bro. We're done picking cotton. We're done with the coffee stuff, man. We're done with the slavery, the token slavery produce, the exports that we were forced to do. We're done, bro. No cotton, no rice, no tobacco. All right. You got to find something more modern, my guy. That's not stigmatized.
I understand from my Black American brothers, man. It doesn't make any sense. It don't give you more power. It don't stop you from actually building home in America. You having this overt identity pride in American soil, right? Doesn't mean you building shit. Doesn't mean you have any power. Doesn't mean you getting money. Doesn't mean you developing a skill set. Because all that time that you can take for the vigor and the hate that you have for the African brothers, you could just be building outside and developing wealth in a country that you claim to love so much. Because I
know, but waiting on you. You're the leader, remember? You got the coffee gig and you're gonna produce jobs for all of us. Don't forget, you're the coffee guy. You got the deal done. You're selling coffee. Give us some work. How can I help you sell coffee? You dig? He about to have his own Nation of Islam chapter. Instead of selling navy beans, they selling coffee beans. Coffee bean pie. No Nation of Islam pie. Coffee bean pie.
No, I've done more in America than 99% of y'all. You feel me? So for me, when I look at Africa, it makes both business and cultural sense that if I'm thinking about Africa as an opportunity for us to go out there and build with the brothers and sisters. I'm from America, for sure. I know my history in America, and I know how great we are. I know about the warrior class and the innovators and the inventors that we come from. Right? I don't need some fake sense of pride to have some war on Twitter to make me feel like, I'm some great black American patriot. That's fake and that's false and that's fraudulent. You feel me? That's you trying to escape the insecurities of not actually doing something with this land and this time and this opportunity that you have in America. So, when I say...
Hey, bro, mind your business. If a foundation Black American person just want to pay rent, pay a mortgage, raise their kids, kick their feet up, and that's it. That's their right, my guy. You're not going to gaslight us to uphold to save Africa, dude. You go save Africa. You know, you got the coffee bean gig. Matter of fact, what are you doing with the coffee beans? Let's see if he got any videos of him and the coffee beans. 19 keys. I put 19 keys coffee beans. When is he going to show up? But this is his investment. This is something he's selling and nothing on the internet with this guy. All right, let's go to Google. Google going to find it. You know, Google going to find it. All right. Damn, man. It ain't on here either. Oh, this is him right here. So wait a minute. Where is his website? Like all he doing is talking. Look, 3 keys at 3 Keys Coffee. That somebody got the name. Okay, so he's on best functional. So he says best functional mushroom coffee. Oh, he with that John bullshit, that savvy stuff. Keys Coffee Company. Is this it on Facebook? Where's the real website? Family. So he don't got no real website for his coffee? I'm good. I'm good. So he don't have an independent. Now he wants you to book him though for 25 grand, but he don't have an official website for his coffee. Keys. Is this it? This ain't even it. Keys Coffee Company. Damn, somebody got his whole name. Yeah, family, we can't take this dude seriously. We can't take him seriously. Where is your website for your coffee? So, Supermind, best functional mushroom coffee in the world. So then, wait, what the hell is mushroom coffee? Is that I thought you said coffee beans in the volcano. Hold on. Hold on. Because he just sold us this whole volcanic experience with the dirt and the ground and the coffee bean. Mushroom coffee is not the same as regular coffee. It is a blend of ground coffee beans and medicinal mushroom extracts like lion's mane or shaka. It typically has about half the caffeine or of regular coffee. What? Half the caffeine. Most of us. Okay, so it offers a smoother, less jittery energy boost and is generally described as having an earthy or nutty flavor. Hey, you a nut to tell me that bullshit. Dude, we want regular coffee, my guy. You didn't tell us that the coffee you had from Uganda, you said it was coffee beans, my dude. 100%. Now you want to sell us something different from what we drink. And you didn't say it offered less jitters, less energy than normal coffee. You didn't say that. You can't trust these scammers, family. You can't trust them. So now, but he got the coffee beans right here though. Yeah, this dude is crazy. He got the coffee beans right here, but this is not coffee beans exactly. This is a hybrid. This is a mulatto. It's a hybrid of mushrooms and coffee beans. He didn't disclose none of that in all of his rhetoric. Okay. To master the art of focus, one must learn to silence distractions, harness. Yeah, where's the coffee, my guy? This supposed to be a coffee. Here we go. Supermind can single task focus. What? Okay, now this family, this grammar ain't right. A supermind can single task focus and block everything out of her mind to manifest reality. What does that mean? What does that mean? You're going to focus and block everything out of your mind to manifest reality. How do you manifest reality? Reality is already manifesting. These are the most successful people. Okay. Yeah, this guy's giving me a headache. All right, here we go. He's going to talk about FBA delineation. And then we just got to move on from this guy. Oh, let's finish this one first.
Africa is the future. I mean that shit, damn it. That don't mean that our opportunities, we are the present. So take advantage of that. We've been the present. You feel me? But Africa, at this place where the average age is 19 years old, right? And a lot of these places lack infrastructure. It's easier to build a future over there, right? There's a lot of opportunity. I get hit up by countries that have textile factories and things of that nature that want to do business. You think I'm not going to do business with my African brothers because of some people on Twitter that don't like it?
So go ahead. But you're only doing coffee. And family, all he's doing is buying. Yeah, he's lying about his partnership with the coffee. He's buying it and rebranding it and selling it for a higher price. That's most likely what's happening. He's not an investor. Wait, because it's his name on there. So he's buying their coffee. He's buying their coffee. He's rebranding it with his name, repackaging it in that shitty package, and he's selling it for a higher value.
You sound stupid. It's a reason why the Indians and the Chinese are there. It'd be best, more adaptive for us to do business with each other, right? But for those who
that is not each other, my guy. That's Africans. We're Black Americans. That's not an each other moment. And the Indians and Chinese are there for their own separate reasons. Separate reasons. They are actually extracting minerals from the ground. They have the machinery. They have the budget. They have all that stuff to do so. They have a military. Okay, they have a nuclear bomb. All right, yeah, they are coming there with billions, billions. Okay, what you're looking for from us is hundreds and thousands of dollars.
you have the right spirit and not just trying to rob each other. Now, there's a lot of corruption that needs to be weeded out in Africa at the top from the leadership. There's a lot of infrastructure.
Right. So how do you protect us from being scammed? It goes back to that. How do you ensure that we're not going to get scammed?
That has to be built there, right? I know people who went out there and created porta potty businesses and made millions, right? You can take simple.
Well, stop it, man.
Stop the cap.
No.
They built porta potty. Come on. Where's your millions from the coffee? Okay. Talk about what you did. Don't talk about that phantom guy, that phantom investor. Talk about you. You got the coffee. Where are your millions? Where's your cup? Like he don't even advertise the coffee as why he's on live. Don't you think that's the best time to that's free promotion. Go live, talk about controversial things like this, and sip your coffee. Yo, the dude never promotes his coffee in real life. He shows you a bag that says Supermind. But bro, why you never drinking it? Or fake like you drinking it?
Ideas in Africa that they don't have, and you can build. So you take your degrees and your knowledge and your skill set, but only if you got the right mindset. Don't go over there as a colonizer. And I'm not going over there.
Hey, yeah, this guy is begging. He's on the brink of crying.
Looking for myself. When I already found myself, I already know who I am. You see the sun, moon, and stars on my hat. You know what I'm saying? I'm going
there. It's a Muslim shit. Okay.
There as a God speaking to the people, figuring out how we can do business together, do trade together, right? And having the art of global allies. We've lost that art of global allies. You think you're going to win by yourself? How? When we divided.
Bro, we already been winning by ourselves. We have direct, you could say violence, sabotaging, undermining, bro. Right now, we will be a super duper winning people if these white people never eminent domain, rural, come on, man. I ain't gotta go through the whole spill. But all of what they did to sabotage us and bring our create that wealth gap, that racial wealth disparity gap so widened. If that never happened, family, then what? Because all of what we amassed did not include Africa. Everything that Tether New said yesterday, all the things he can brag about Jamaicans, he can only brag about Jamaicans in America. He can't brag about he has not bragged about Jamaicans in Jamaica. All the bragging he did happened over here. And it ain't like they brought it back to Jamaica. Like, nah, they got it here, whatever he's bragging about, and it stayed here. Like, how did that in return benefit Jamaica, Tether New?
In America by every single thing that we can think of that divides us. Every single day you're looking for another reason why you don't want to work with somebody. That's weak-minded. So anyway, Africa is the future. We are the present. Let's build together. Peace.
All of this, family, he's selling out the entire lineage for a bag of coffee. Yeah, this dude got a bullshit deal where he went all the way to Uganda to purchase their coffee and pretend like he's a business partner just to repackage it, resell it, and up the price. Matter of fact, how can you even see the price of his coffee? How can you see the price of his coffee? There is no product named as Supermind. Oh my God. Available through okay. So I keep saying 19. Let me take out 19 keys. Oh, is it called Super Brain? So based on recent searches, the super brain often referred to in similar contexts as super mindful mushroom coffee containing lion's mane chocolate. Wait. So he literally just rebranded it? I mean, he literally rebranded it. Okay, you know what? Let me ask ChatGPT about this. Let me waste a ChatGPT search on this. Now I'm interested in this. Supermind. Super brain. Rebrand, repackage. Okay, let me look this stuff up. Behind Superbrain. Let's do some investigative journalism, all right? Together. Manufacturing, distribution. All right. So we're gonna do some on the fly investigative journalism. I'm gonna see this dude connection with this this superfood. Okay. Okay, it says it's important to understand that mushroom coffee formulas are extremely common in the supplement industry. Okay, cool, got it. Supermind appears to function primarily as a Supermind appears to function primarily as a brand and marketing company, not a manufacturing lab. I didn't think that. Okay, so it said most influencer products follow this model. It says Supermind likely contracts a supplement manufacturer, brands the product, markets it to their audience. This is standard business practice. Okay, so it says who owns Supermind? Supermind is connected to the entrepreneur 19 Keys. Real name Jamil 19 Keys, publicly known motivational speaker, digital entrepreneur. He has built multiple ventures, including high level conversations. Come on. Trapping in Silicon Valley. Oh boy. And Supermind. Right. So that's what he's known for. All this talk about business and connecting with the diaspora. The best he can do is bring you high level conversation. You got to pay a nice pay for that. Trapping in Silicon Valley and Supermind. Then he has other digital education brands. Supermind appears to be part of his broader entrepreneurial ecosystem targeting Black entrepreneurship, wellness, and technology culture. Okay. So it says public filings or verified investor lists for Supermind are not widely published. However, businesses connected to 19 Keys often collaborate with entrepreneurs in Earn Your Leisure, Black venture tech companies, influencer partnerships. but there is no confirmed institutional investor list publicly documented for Supermine like you would see with a VC-backed startup. So it appears to be primarily a privately controlled brand venture. Okay. Yeah. So you're not like the price he's selling for is like standard. So like you're not getting a discount. You're just buying his product. That's all. You're not getting a discount, nothing like that. Okay. It says why influencers launch supplement brands. This is a supplement, family. Supplement means that there's no real official confirmed science behind it, that it does what it says it does. So all this stuff, it does this, it does that. There's no, because it's in a supplement category, there's no scientific, like overwhelming proof that it does what they say it does. Yeah, I think even supplements are not even FDA regulated. Like they don't take them seriously at all. It says why influencers launch supplement brands. This is common because supplements have relatively low manufacturing costs, high margins, it's strong branding potential, large health conscious audience. Yep. So influencers often build brands around mushroom coffee, vitamins, protein, and skincare. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
One thing I liked about looking at Moore's history was I don't want to butcher this, but the Amazigh people, meaning free people, right? And we're looking at it from that status, like we are a free people, right? As a free people, that should be the identity that we claim, to me, above all. Pointing to Africa and saying that's where I'm from, that's a where. It doesn't tell you who you are, right? And so who are you is a better question, because if you are a free man, then you should act in accordance to protect that.
Oh my God. All right. So the poll says out of 131 votes, 70% say he's not on code. 30% says he is on code. Family, that's bad. That's bad. So for the ones who voted he is on code, that's bad to have the margin that wide. Like a 30 is a failing grade in all institutions of education. So the fact that 70% says he's not on code, family, like the lineage has spoken. Now it feels like a little closer, 45, 55, 60, 40. Okay, you could work with that, but 70 to 30? Yeah, the lineage has spoken. So anybody who believes he is on code and who's not ashamed to speak about him being on code, click the link. Because if you believe he's on code, but don't want to talk about how he's on code in spite of what he's saying that appears off code, it sounds like people just into personality worship, that they just protect what they like. And you'll sell out the whole lineage for this guy. Then you'll be saying FBA is divisive.
Freedom. Then it says, what does a free man do? What does a free people do?
Now, it's crazy that you say that, because my next topic kind of coincides with that. How do we judge somebody, like, by what they do or whatnot? I feel like it's just different archetypes of people, you know what I'm saying, that will represent what you do. I seen a podcast the other day that was titled All Black Women Should Be Heard. With,
oh my God, bro. Get to the damn FBA stuff.
For a lot of men in America. And I came to the conclusion that one archetype can't speak for all black men. In the conclusion, different archetypes, a majority of the panel were gay men.
There was some straight brothers.
You know, it was a couple, but you know, one archetype, you got the criminals, you got the different archetypes, and I can't feel like it's just dangerous when people get on representation of all of us, you know. So I feel like I think you gotta stay in your lane, essentially.
Well, I think also Ramadan, right? Even, if you will, many movements accountable if there's no standard for what it means to be.
Yeah, you gotta be careful of those dudes that be worshiping those Arabs. I'm telling you, man, like those dudes are quick to be off code.
The black man and Patreon. And so now I can hold you to a standard, right? Would you stand by, or is there no code?
different principles. Like Jesus judged his own people by their principalities, right? Because he can. When we have a lot of these round tables, it's diverse for the diaspora tribes of people. It did not become I'm African until there was a shared enemy against colonialism, the oppressor at the time. And so this is why
I could tell this guy's stupid when it comes to the history that he claims he knows. I know he doesn't know it. I could tell by his points he's making. Like, yeah, what you mean enemy? Yo, they were business partners. Africa and the white T-man, they were business. Yo, were their enemies when they were selling us by the millions to the white T-man? Were they enemies then? So when they first met each other, they were business partners. They were never enemies. They're business partners now.
We have this division today because we're not respecting the differences and then treating people accordingly to their own beliefs and principles.
Okay. Yeah, so he's one of those 50-50 guys. All right, hold on. Let me just get right to it. Because this dude is the king of babbling. I've never really heard this guy talk before. Because I seen that hat. I seen that hat. That was enough for me, to be honest. The hat gave it away. Because I know that when people wear that hat and they're not a member of the Nation of Islam, they are, trying to be something they're not. They're trying to be a leader. Okay, hold on. So I'm trying to get where they spoke on Tariq Nasheed. Okay. Here we are. Okay, here we are. I got it. So family, this is where we at now. So maybe this will sway some of y'all votes to vote yes or no. Here we are.
Time. Yeah. Right. So essentially, a lot of this is centered around foundational Black Americans. That is a lineage-based group who does act like an organization or a movement with a center head, which would be Tariq Nasheed. Now, he says that he is not the head of it.
So now that's Fed talk. Listen to the guy. I want how old is this? Damn, this is this year. Yeah. Damn, as soon as Hidden Colors was going, this is this year. This is last month, family. They're all showing their real motive. All like they're clout chasers. Him, that syrup bottle lady, the Aunt Jemima, the syrup wrapped up woke syrup bottle lady. All of them waited until the DVD was ready to be sold. It's the production is finished. Now you're hearing their true opinions about FBAs and delineation,
which would be Tariq Nasheed. Now, he says that he is not the head of it. It's a lineage, right? And we are not a group, but he definitely acts like, the leader of the group, if you will.
Now, you hear that? Now, was he talking like that before Hidden Colors was finalized and ready for, production? The big screen? No. Now all of a sudden he acts. How can you act like a leader? No, dude, you act like a leader. You go to Uganda, talk to the president, bullshit him like you're the leader of Foundation Black Americans. He peeped that right away and said, "Nigga, shut up and buy my coffee and sell it to your people." Okay? I'm done talking to you. You're no leader. You're a cosplayer. Okay? You're a proximity tether. Buy my coffee and go home. That's what happened over there.
And then there is the way that they treat and talk about Africans. So there's
so now we're this one big monolith, like this one big monolith, the way we treat and talk about all Africans, 54 countries, all the tribes. We talk about all of them, not just the ones who talk about us and disrespect us. We don't address them. We're just bored and we're talking about all Africans. Okay, this is your man. 19 keys this year. This ain't old. He found himself. He's cool now. Tariq Nasheed talked to him. He's on the right side now. This is the other day. This is last month. He did not even a whole month ago. And look how off code he is.
The meaning, right? They talk about delineation, right, which is a separation and saying that, look, we are Black Americans. We are not associated with other groups, and we don't want to be grouped and classed in as well. We are from America, right? We have our rights in America, and we're going to continue to make strides and progress here in this land, which is not a foreign concept, right? When there were schemes to push the Black people in America towards Liberia, right, by the oppressors, Frederick Douglass says something similar to that as well, right? And then there's also been African descendants of slaves, the adios, right? Then of course,
this dude said adios. So like he slickly tried to come at Frederick Douglass, right? Because he wasn't buying that Martin Delaney Pan-African bullshit. Frederick Douglass like, nah, I'm American. So look at this slick hate towards Frederick Douglass, our elder ancestor.
Right, by the oppressors, Frederick Douglass says something similar to that as well, right? And then there's also been African descendants of slaves, the adios, right? Then, of course, the perpetuator and the popularizer of the term African American just died, Jesse Jackson. Then you have the being called Black people, or by Honorable Elijah Muhammad, he say Asiatic Black man. Then you have the Moors, who say that we are legally Moors and we're not claiming our nationality, and more of ethnicity and belief-based status, if you will.
Nah, Moor is not an ethnicity, my guy. And well, not to Foundation Black Americans, maybe to the Moroccans, but if you're a Foundation Black American, Moor was never an ethnicity.
And then there's a lot of truth to a lot of the Moorish conversation that we just don't have at all. I'll be honest with that. Because it's a disconnection between that lineage. And then you start talking about us being Native American, right? And if you look at a lot of the allodial titles, which is the titles that supersede all other ones, right, of land that we own, that was intentionally stolen and robbed from us, right? Yeah. So therefore, there are Black people in America who can chase their last names and actually have land here that supersede any other titles or deeds that was given to anybody that was erased. Then you got the $5
A few
Indian.
moments
so you
later.
don't see any dark-skinned Indians.
Hey, yo, this dude loves talking, bro. Get back to delineation, my guy. You're trying to sound so smart that you just know all about history, bro. Just stay on topic. That's all. You can sound smart on topic. You don't got to go off topic to sound smart. You can sound smart on topic. Get back to delineation and how Tariq Nasheed acts as the leader and how we're divisive and we got it in for Africa. Go ahead, man.
Right. I did, of course, go to the reservation of the Native Americans, and you see them look like Flavor Flav, right? So there's only like one tribe that has been there, and theirs is different than any other as they make a claim because they have true sovereignty because they never left their land, where every other Native American tribe specifically, they have their land given to them in a trust by the government, right? But the whole idea...
Bro, get back to delineation, family. This is him just trying to sound smart to his audience. This is the finesse.
Is that disconnecting us from the land and that lineage robs us of our ability to claim treaties and these allodial titles and get rights that come along.
Yeah, what the hell are you talking about? Hey, family, hold on, run that back.
With that given to them.
Okay, now he just tried to make us immigrants just now. Listen to what he's saying. He's saying that our land is outside of America. Daring to whisper that out your disgusting lying mouth. You just called us immigrants. Listen.
By the government, right? But the whole idea is that disconnecting us from the land and that lineage robs us of our ability to claim treaties and these allodial titles and get rights that come along with being protected groups here in America. And you cannot say that there's not truth to it, because even if you don't believe that we are the original Native American people, you have to still acknowledge the integration between the Seminoles. Like you look at the story of John Horse, right? There was so-called Africans.
Hey, bro, how'd you go from there to delineation? Bro, get back, man.
And so instead of talking about the complexity that exists, you say, oh no, I'm African. Oh no, I'm Black. Oh no, I'm Moorish, right? Oh no, I'm Native American. And instead of looking at there's an aspect that everybody is correct when we're looking at the story of America. It's not one thing that occurred here. It's not just one people that were here.
Bro, the Moor thing, you got to stop. You got to stop, bro. We were never Moors, right? Moors had a treaty with America that did not allow them to be enslaved. When they got enslaved by mistake, they were unenslaved, okay? The Moors. The people who were not Moors were the one enslaved. And that's why we didn't get free. You dig? The fact that we stayed in chains showed you that we were not Moors. All right? Because you cannot, the treaty was Moors, they cannot be enslaved.
Talking about the course of hundreds and hundreds of years, right? We're talking about old America with the Spaniards and, Britain. And so you have to really look at this complex history and respect it. And then within that, you have to have the ability to hold multiple perspectives so that you can see that we are hate to use this word, vast tapestry, right, of people that exist in America. And if we can decenter the white man's narratives about who we are, because if he gets to be Celtic and Anglo-Saxon, then how come somebody can't be Moorish, right?
No, because we're not Moors, my guy. You can't, come on, man. You just trying to tie us to some bullshit, bro.
Instead of letting them, like they did in the Britannica, saying that some ethnic, but that conversation is broad, and I think that it needs to be fleshed out. I want to do a full video essay about it.
Yeah, but like I said, I think it still just come down to a distraction because like the real focus is.
Okay, so look, delineating is a distraction, and he's going to tell us the real focus.
How can we all come together and build something? You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Like you said.
How can we all come together and be on something? So we shouldn't delineate. We should be the generic nobody that nothing can ever be sent to directly because we're part of everybody. But you could send something to immigrants directly, possibly just to Kenyans and Somalis directly. But there's nothing to send to FBAs directly because we're not allowed to delineate. We should stay coupled up with everybody who tangibles can be sent to specifically. We don't deserve that. We got to stay where if we get something, everybody benefits. But when they get something, they get it and we don't. Dude, stop.
Because you got Elon Musk going on record saying that we got 4 to 5 years to get rich. Mm-hmm. If not, we're going to be stuck in a digital prison. Yeah. Which meaning like, especially for Black Americans, all of the jobs that AI replacing really are the.
Yeah, they're going to mute this tether blasting some bullshit Afro beats. I'm not saying it's corny, but that's not for me. I don't rock with that shit at all. All right.
Jobs that Black people got from trucking to, the fast food jobs, really Black people got them. So we won't be able to have shit if we don't own any AI or make it.
Yeah, I think that's where.
Yeah, so but how is Africans going to help us do that, bro? They're not even doing it for themselves.
The narrative shift comes in to where we start talking about, instead of identity wars, because to me, that's what the diaspora wars is, identity based. And the identity happens when you stop building, you start focusing on this identity, right? And it's the only thing that people are taking.
Okay, but they focus on their identity, which is Nigerian, bro. They have their flags. I don't get it.
Ownership of. But instead, diaspora wars would be institution wars. Let's fight about what we build, right? But with a lack.
Wait a minute, but we're not fighting at all, bro. All we said was we're FBAs, and we want reparations for all the harm that was done to our ancestors and the continuity of the harm that continues to affect us today. It never went away. This is like a RICO. You dig? Shit, man, we might get. This is a RICO charge. So how is that fighting? I keep telling people by saying we're delineating, that has nothing to do with an African. That's not targeting nobody. We're just delineating. Every group, every ethnic group has a right to delineate, and we already did it, we thought. So we already delineated, but we're just we allowed Jesse Jackson and liberals to co-opt us and de-delineators. You dig? So now we gotta redelineate. Like, all right, look, okay, the finesse, we got it. You got it off for some years. We peeped it. All right, nah, this ain't working. We see the play. We need to be categorized separately, like how everybody else is categorized separately. When you see what goes on in Minnesota, I believe they say the Somalis. They're not saying the blacks. They're not saying the Africans. They're not saying the people of color, the minorities. They're saying the Somalis. That's delineation, my guy. So they want you to pay attention to how the Somalis are being treated by federal government agents. Not all of America. They want you to understand and learn how the Somalis are being impacted by federal government agents led by President Donald Trump. They want you to know about Somali plight so you can have a mixed reaction, whether you support it or you don't. But the attention is only on Somalis. Okay. That's what delineation does for us. It focuses the harm that we're experiencing just on us and not other generic Africans and generic blacks.
And this is the problem. Even when we look at the term African, right? If we're being honest, the diaspora, the Afro-Americans, if you will, were the ones who really pushed Africans to start using that term African, right? In America.
Yeah, you're right. That's called an exonym. So like they like African. We like, yeah, you are African brother. They like, what's that? You. No, I'm Zimbabwean. I'm from the Shona tribe. No, you African nigga. Or tether. They like, no. I'm not African. Stop calling me African nigga. I'm from the Shona tribe. You dig? So he's right. Like that is an exonym term that we gave them that they did not put on themselves. We forced them into this shit. And they never really agreed to it until they could benefit from it. Once they seen, oh, you know what, we can say we're all together. We're one big family. Come home, come back to Africa, right? Okay, this is called Africa. All right, well, come back to Africa. See, they couldn't say come back without that generic term for all 54 countries. They would have to say come back home to Zimbabwe, to Senegal, to Sudan, to Egypt. See, they would have to name the place in specific. We like, ain't our home. Like, why is that our home?
And that really didn't happen until, of course, the Pan-African movement was from the early 1900s and on, right, from like 1909 to like 1930s, right, pushing that through multiple different people. But if we being honest about that term, when did Africans start calling themselves African? That's because they had a shared enemy of colonialism. Right. And by that, they had to then.
I don't know what that means. A shared enemy by colonialism. We were enslaved. The diaspora was enslaved. Africa was colonized 300 years later. Okay. That had nothing. When we were out of slavery, that's when Africa began to be colonized, family. We were not fighting the white man together. Do not let them lie to you. Now she playing that damn Afro beats again. It's tether. Yeah, but do not let them lie to you. We were enslaved on Africa's watch, and then Africa, they had like the last laugh. The white man came over there and colonized them while we were enslaved. So one more time, we were enslaved. Africa was not colonized, and when we were enslaved, when we got out of enslavement, Africa was colonized. Get that tether Afrobeat garbage out of here.
Have this marker that brought them together, and that shared enemy took on a shared identity because they had hateful ideology against you, regardless of whether you was Igbo or Ashanti, right? They didn't care about none of those things. They just cared that you black, we about to oppress all y'all. So what's happening?
No, they're not black. They're African. And stop it, bro. We was already out of enslavement when they came and colonized Africa, bro. You got to stop it, bro. We were not in the same fight together.
who are the ones really causing the diaspora wars online. Because like I said, they own all the tech, which means they control the algorithm, which means when you see somebody make short form content talking about a diaspora war, you only seeing that one part. You ain't getting it long form.
Yeah.
So you ain't even able to translate it. So the whole time you looking at your brother like he's not black
He's not
or
black.
not
He's certainly an
African.
African though, but he's definitely not black. And he ain't our damn brother. You don't sell your brother into slavery, my guy. I don't know what you think this is. This ain't Joseph, the king of the prince of whatever that anime was. No, bro. This ain't that.
Who y'all need to be focused on running all those.
Well,
really.
I think like a stronger enemy right now would be our financial architecture.
Oh my God!
Right?
It's back to giving him money. It's back to give this dude some money. Stop, bro. The enemy is whoever we say the enemy is.
Often look at the system of white supremacy, and the one thing that we can't agree upon, that whatever you fall under, right, and whatever you identify as, you can agree that we've been left out of the architecture of wealth building.
Yeah.
Right.
No, but it's not just left out. It's been stolen. It's been stolen. It's been destroyed. It's way more than that.
The focus that's a sense in this, if you will. And now I've been saying this, but for black people, I think it's less because we at the bottom of the totem pole. By the way, this goes for black women and black men. Somehow they've confused the 1% of black women who are educated, who are making stride of more susceptible to the manipulation.
Yeah, and you got to listen. We're only. I've been fast forwarding, so but it says 14 minutes in. Can you imagine? And then we didn't watch 14 minutes. I started like around the 10-minute mark, somewhere around there. But can you imagine listening to this guy for a whole hour, just babbling?
Population, more susceptible to freedom. Then it says, what does a free man do? What does a free people do?
Now, it's crazy that you say that because my next topic kind of coincides with that. How do we judge somebody like by what they do?
Yeah, my man's shirt says wealth chasers. Like they're telling you, just give us the money. Let us scam you, go away.
Not. I feel like it's just different archetypes of people, you know what I'm saying, that will represent what you do. I seen a podcast the other day that was titled All Black Women Should Be Heard with Clifton.
Then you can look at me and be like, are you practicing Ramadan? Right? Do you pray?
Family. Here you go. If y'all believe he's on code, then so I got a question. Did I end the poll? Let me see. Did I end the poll? I think I did. Yeah, I ended the poll. All right, but that's your boy. That's your boy, 19 Keys. All right. Let me go here real fast.
1600s, what have you, that many of them go back to Aboriginal, indigenous populations. Some call it Amerindian. My question to you, Tariq, is basically within the FBA movement, do FBAs as a whole identify as being predominantly from an ancestral population that has always been in the United States for at least like a couple thousand years, or do you guys also have like an understanding that many Black Americans may have an origin in the post-Columbian era, like post-1492 era, like Middle Passage, transatlantic, like trade, basically?
Very good question. It's really about the ethnogenesis. Thank you for the call. It's the ethnogenesis. See, the thing is, and we got to watch people when they do we shouldn't say black, we should say we're indigenous. So we got to watch that.
Yeah,
we got to. What's up, Prime?
Oh no, it's Preem though, but not like I know what you're saying though. Like everywhere in the world is like all black people. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like the Tongan, Hawaiian, they all black.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they're black skin people. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like I mean, like like melanin.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now,
so like everybody be
trying
to say, North Carolina.
Okay, there you go.
Yeah, but I mean, I done looked at your stuff a few times and stuff like that. I mean, I done listened to you too, but this is everybody get like they try to say Indian. Indian is like really nothing. Like it's indigenous. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, like everybody trying to say, "Oh, I'm Indian." It's indigenous, man. You've been here before everybody. You feel me?
Yeah, there you go. Let me touch on that. Thank you, brother. Thank you, brother.
Yeah.
Listen, there's some people who try to say we shouldn't say black, we should say indigenous. No, you shouldn't say indigenous. No. If you're a foundational Black American, you should absolutely not say that. Yeah, you can acknowledge your indigenous ancestry, but to identify as just indigenous now, that leaves out the necessity of you being foundational. I want you to understand this. Foundational works because that defines historic function, not just geography. See, the word geography just describes somebody who was, you were just here. When the Europeans got here, you were just sitting here. All right? That doesn't automatically describe what role that person played in building the nation. You understand? The word foundational, that describes a structural necessity. That means society could not exist in its current form without that group. Excuse me, I'm sorry. Excuse me. See, foundational Black American, we were the primary labor force that built the agricultural economy. We were the labor base that financed early American industrialization. We were the cultural creators behind all of the cultural exports of America. So foundational, that describes function, influence, and you being indispensable, not just presence. Because there were some red natives who were indigenous, they just moved them out the hell damn way. They didn't have anything to do with the building of the damn United States. They had nothing to do with building the culture. The red ones didn't have shit to do with nothing, to be honest. I'm not saying that to be mean. They just didn't have anything. They just said, okay, y'all move over here. They just moved them out the way. The red ones, but the black indigenous people, they put them as part of the ethnogenesis. We became a new ethnic group. And listen, indigenous status, that did not guarantee any kind of power. You know? Just saying you're indigenous, okay, that means they can just displace you, marginalize you, put you on a reservation somewhere, and you're just over there. You didn't really contribute nothing culturally. So being indigenous, that didn't automatically translate to being central to the nation's political or economic development. By contrast, foundational Black Americans, we are structurally embedded into every fiber of this damn economy and society, from top to bottom. Just like Sister Kat said, we are pivotal. Everything, nothing really moved without us. When you say foundational status, that establishes a direct claim on the nation. See, the term foundational frames Black Americans as the co-builders of the United States, not just people who were just sitting over here beforehand, which some of us were, but some of the Black ones became instrumental and foundational in the building of the United States. If a group is foundational to the nation's infrastructure, if they're foundational to the wealth, they're foundational to the development, they're tied directly to all of the contributions of this nation. And that makes a much stronger and moral political claim. You see, and also when you say indigenous, that can be politically diluted. You know, the term indigenous, that's very broad. It can be diluted. See, many groups around the world can claim to be indigenous. There's indigenous Europeans, there's indigenous Asians, there's indigenous Pacific Islanders. Yeah. So it can be, it's vague. And if you start doing the indigenous thing, well, like, hey, I'm indigenous. Well, basically, you're in the same line with some $5 Indian, some Cherokee chief who looks like Justin Timberlake. He's like, well, I'm indigenous, so we're the same. No, we ain't. I'm not like the $5 Indian who can now claim indigenous. Foundational Black American, that's very specific to the historic formation of the United States. You see? That's very, very important. You understand? We got to be very, very meticulous with words. We got to be very meticulous with it. And foundational identity, that highlights the nation building. Yeah? Who are these people? Okay, who the hell is this person? I'm just getting a bunch of weird people trying to get in here. Hold on, sorry guys. Excuse me. When you talk about your foundational status, there's a lot of people trying to get in here. That strengthens political advocacy too, ladies and gentlemen. So a lot of political arguments, they often rely on how a group's relationship to the state is framed. If a group is claiming to be indigenous, that debate becomes somewhat limited to a certain degree. If a group is foundational, that expands to economic justice, wealth redistribution, historic contributions, structural repair, all that shit. Yeah, foundational identity reflects both indigenous and diasporic roots. See, that's the thing. When you say foundational, you're covering all of that. You're still covering that. To be a foundational Black American, all of us have some kind of indigenous mixture. We have it. It's already baked in there. That's the thing. That's the thing. We're not a purely African people or of African descent. Like a lot of early Black populations in America absolutely had indigenous connections. That's not up for debate. We're not saying that there's no indigenous connections, but some of those indigenous became a part of the ethnogenesis of what became foundational Black Americans. So they were absorbed into foundational Black American lineage. Therefore, the foundational identity encompasses multiple historic streams. You see? So that makes everything more structurally accurate. You see? We got to be very, very meticulous with words. And foundational language, that counters cultural appropriation. When the term foundational is used, that emphasizes that many American cultural forms originated with this specific lineage. Blues was not started by no Native American tribe. It was started by foundational Black Americans. Jazz, rock, hip hop, that was started by foundational Black Americans. Our culinary traditions, foundational Black Americans. Our ethnogenesis created all that stuff. Our linguistic patterns created all that stuff. Foundational Black American vernacular English. So calling us foundational, that reminds people that these cultural forms, they didn't appear randomly. You know, they emerged from a specific historic community. So, you know, words really matter, ladies and gentlemen. Words matter. You see? Let me get some of the family in here. Let me get some of the family in here, ladies and gentlemen. Let me get the family in here. We got a lot of folks in here. All right, let's see who we got. Excuse me. It's cold in my damn house. All right, let's see. The 90s taught me. Who else we got? So shout out to Martin. But the thing is, listen. More folks hate the fact that we are acknowledging our foundational Black American brother did the damn thing. Oh no, he calls himself African American. They pointed out his Instagram page where he has, you know, I'm a U.S. African American runner or something like that. So he says he's an African American. That don't mean shit. He's still foundational. Listen, African American. Let's get something straight. African American is a corporate umbrella. African American is not a lineage, because you got
easy
all types of people who claim to be African American from multiple lineages. Yeah, African American is a broad catch-all category. It's a corporate political umbrella used by the dominant society for basic demographic trafficking. Foundational Black American, on the other hand, is a very specific bloodline. That's a very direct lineage. You understand? That's very, very specific. You see? See, the main reason foundational Black American delineation needed to happen is because the term foundational Black American, the term African American, that term African American is completely diluted. African American is diluted as hell. That don't say shit. A black immigrant from anywhere in the world can come to the U.S. today, get citizenship, and instantly be an African American. That Kenyan guy is damn African American. Yeah. You got people who are 100% Kenyan, 100% Nigerian, 100% Jamaican, walking around holding the title of African American. Obama's an African American. Ain't of our lineage. Kamala Harris is quote unquote African American. It's not of our lineage. Yeah. When a demographic label is so damn loose that it could technically include white people like Elon Musk, Charlize Theron. You know, that's the term is just based on geography. It's not specific to lineage. And just understand colloquial habits that don't erase ancestry. A lot of our people use the term African American just out of habit because it's been programmed into people by the media, the school system. It's on a lot of government forms and all that shit. But yeah, the colloquial habit don't erase the ancestry. If your family tree traces back to the beginning of this country as a black person, by definition, you are foundational. Even if you still use the term African American, you can still be foundational. That's how that works. You see? See, notice how the dominant society and their little tether proxies, they'll try to weaponize the term African American when we achieve something great. You see, that's why they like the term so much. So if one of us achieves something great, that African American word is out there so they can leech off that too. Whereas if the Kenyan guy won, that's just a victory for the Kenyans. They'll celebrate that. You see? See, that African American thing, they try to weaponize that. And we're stopping them from doing that. And delineation, it's all about precision. It's not about rejection. Being a foundational black American isn't about rejecting the reality that our deepest, some of our genetics go to Africa, because a lot of tethers get into this straw man argument. So the FBA say you don't have African genetics. Well, I'm saying that shit is irrelevant. That's the argument is not African genetics or indigenous genetics. The argument is we are black over here and everything else before that is irrelevant. It's really irrelevant where the genetics go. We had an ethnogenesis here. You understand? We were labeled black, colored, mulatto, and all that. And that's where the ethnogenesis is. And we built a culture off that ethnogenesis. That's very unique here. That's the reality. Yeah? And again, some people use the term foundational black American. Some people use African American interchangeably. Yeah? But many of us, and that term African American is just being thrown by the wayside. People are getting away from that term. That mayor of New York is a damn African American. Yeah, he classified himself as an African American. Yeah, that's just it's a catch-all term. It don't mean nothing. Lineage is the reality. And we're claiming these historic milestones unapologetically. At the end of the day, Nathan Martin, U.S.-born black man who achieved world-class victory against an elite international competitor on American soil. And he's operating off that same grit and resilience and determination that kept a lot of our specific lineage surviving and thriving in this country for years. So yes, we're going to claim him as our foundational black American brother. That's what it is. That's what it is, ladies and gentlemen. You see? Because the name of the game is always to undermine us and dilute us and mix us in so that we can get washed out. That's the name of the game, family. They need to mix us together with all these other people so that we can eventually, when you put something in a washing machine, certain things get washed out when you mix up too much stuff. Yeah? What you saying? Am I bricked up? What you talking about in there? What's up, Glenn? I don't know what you're saying, Glenn. I don't know what Glenn is saying. Yeah, you put a whole bunch of shit in there. The colors wash out, some clothes get ruined. You understand? And that's by design, you see. Because see, there's a thing where there's a sabotaging of us, of foundational Black Americans. There is a specific and deliberate sabotaging of us in order to elevate other folks. Hold on, man. This person keeps making requests, brother. What's up, man?
Hi, Tariq.
How you doing, man? You keep making requests, man. What's going on?
Oh, nothing. I was just seeing you on the request. I was like, let me just send an invite.
Oh, what country you in, brother?
I'm from Nigeria. You don't play with
Nigeria.
Nigeria?
Okay, yeah, we'll chop it up a little later. Damn, bro. Because I don't want to lose my train of thought here. Chopping it up with the family. But yeah, like I said, man, there's this whole thing where people try to undermine us to elevate other groups. You know, yesterday I was talking about Jesse Jackson Jr., how he felt a certain way about these Democrat politicians coming to his dad's funeral and turning the funeral into a damn DNC infomercial. And I was like, yeah, he feel a certain way about that, especially the Democrats doing it. That's why Jesse Jr. was like, yeah, everybody, I'm inviting everybody to the funeral to come join our family, Republican, conservative, Democrat, liberal, whoever. He's saying, hey, I don't have no blind allegiance to these damn Democrats. These Democrats threw me under the bus. Y'all remember, because I didn't mention this the other day, but Jesse Jackson was trying to been trying to get a pardon from Biden for Jesse Jr., trying to get that thing pardoned to get it off his record. And Biden wouldn't do it. They tried a couple of times to get Jesse Jr. a pardon to get that stain off of his record, him going to jail like that. Biden would not do it. You understand? This was relatively recent too, by the way. And I want you to understand something else too. Obama really got in the game with Jesse Jr. Jesse Jackson Jr. was out there in Chicago stomping with Obama. Remember, they were running in the same circles, and Obama was getting clout off Jesse Jr. Jesse Jr. was actually helping Obama. He helped Obama kind of get his feet wet in the political game out there in Chicago. You understand? And here's the thing. Now, Jesse Jr., he was the next guy up. He's charismatic, foundational Black American, come from a family legacy of civil rights, got brand name recognition, the whole shebang. And he's basically in the same political circles as Obama, non-FBA tether. Then all of a sudden, what happened? Jesse Jr. starts getting, the bogus charges on him. I think it's bogus, it's saying he spent some campaign money on some personal things. All of them do that. They all do that. They only get the black ones for doing that, though. They love doing that with the black politicians. So, yeah, they got Jesse Jr. up out of here and then let Obama rise up. So, we're going to get the FBA up out of here and then raise up this tether because we understand they know how politics work. See, if a foundational Black American, and they've seen it before, they've seen FBA politicians, they get in office, instinctively, they're going to start doing things for the Black community, just instinctively. Many of them are just going, they can't fully control them. You understand? I talked about that before. If you look at the 70s, a lot of these foundational Black American mayors and politicians around the country, they were actually doing a lot for the Black community. Harold Washington in Chicago did a lot for Chicago. Coleman Young in Detroit did a lot for the Black people in Detroit. Marion Barry, he was the jobs mayor, gave a lot of Black people jobs in D.C. Maynard Jackson out of Atlanta made sure black firms got contracts for certain buildings and things like that. Yeah. Now, these people know, okay, if they get a tether in office, the tether instinctively will not do anything for the foundational black American community. That's why they elevated Obama. You know, they get them a foreign tether or somebody who has some kind of sexual alternative thing going on, like a Lori Lightfoot. They get Lori Lightfoot chopper suit wearing ass up in office. She got her snow bunny with her, so you know she ain't about to do nothing. Yeah. So yeah, they knew what they were doing. Yeah, Obama's all of the above. Obama didn't do a damn thing. They made sure his White House was tethered up. Him, Eric Holder, they made sure it was tetherfied. It was tethered all the way up. Yeah. What's Lori Lightfoot doing now? Where is Lori Lightfoot? What is she doing now? Boy, that was a bad look for Chicago, boy. Man. All right, let me see who's in here. Let's get the family in here. Yeah. What's that? Ancient Americans? Hop on, Ancient Americans. Ancient Americans, hop on, sir. She's rolling on dubs. Hilarious. All right. She's still booed up with the bunny. All right. Somebody says she's pregnant. Hilarious. All right, let's see. Spook Money. We get a few people in here. Spook Money. What's up, Spook Money?
What's going on?
Hello?
What's going on with you?
What's up, Spook? How are you, brother?
Yeah, I'm doing good. I'm doing good. Hey, I want to ask you something.
Go ahead.
I'm thinking of what her name was on that but she did that 20. She did that versus 20, and she called herself. She said she ain't a Democrat. She a radical.
I don't know who you're talking about, brother.
Dang.
Okay, but okay, yeah, okay. Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about, and there was some kind of noise going on in your thing. Mr. Universe.
Hey, what up, though, Tariq?
What's up, Mr. Universe? How are you?
Oh, man, I'm blessed, man. You know, Detroit down here to Dallas, man. You already know how we do it.
Oh, yes, my man. So what's going on with you?
Yeah.
What's on your mind, brother?
All these tethers. I've been hearing these tethers, man, talking crazy. And the thing
that's
is, man,
all.
I don't know why they don't just go to their homelands and fix them homelands, man. Why do they avoid that fact that them homelands ain't looking right?
Oh yeah. It's all about deflecting. They don't want to deal with that. It's all about deflecting. Let me see who else we got. Tiger and Tabani Dance. Okay. Yeah, they're having some issues with their. Hold on. Who is that? Tabani? Miss Tabani? Okay, she up here typing. Tabani, Miss Tabani, we can hear you, ma'am.
Hello.
Miss Tabani? Hey, Tabani.
Hi, Tariq. I follow you all the time. I love your work. I'm shy. I didn't do that on purpose. I'm sorry. It was an accident.
It's okay. It's okay. All right, what you doing in that green dress in your picture?
It's a painting that I saw. So it's actually, I'm going to be honest. It's a, let's keep it a buck. It's an AI. It's an AI.
You did AI yourself?
Yeah, I AI'd myself. I wear braids, but yeah, I love the picture, and so I want to keep it a buck. So, but I love your work and keep doing what you're doing, Tyree.
Thank you.
We appreciate you so
much.
much. Prayers. Okay.
Thank you so much. But don't be out here catfishing niggas, though. Don't do that. If you got a big back, take a picture of that and show them niggas. Don't catfish them. There's somebody out there who like the big back. All right. Y'all don't be catfishing the dudes out here. Don't be having an AI picture. You got a picture of you all slim and your waist all small. You dig? And then you show up and your stomach look like Rick Ross. Ugh. So yeah, don't be out here catfishing dudes. Y'all there's some dudes who like big backs now. Just show them. Show them what they gonna get. Show them what's on the menu. Show the niggas what's on the menu. All right. There's some dudes who's looking for some big back, baby back ribs. All right. Let me see who else we got. We got a lot of people in here. You say?
Hey Tariq, what's up?
I'm good. You say, how are you, sir?
Great, how are you?
I'm good. What city you in, you say?
I'm in Boston right now.
Boston. Are you a Caucasian or a East African?
No, I'm foundational Black American.
My man. What's on your mind?
So I just wanted to ask a question regarding your position on because you say you don't hate Africans, but
not at all. I don't.
Yeah. So and I agree with that. Like you are pretty, staunch in your position that FBA is just about recognizing heritage and getting reparations. But in particular, I have one question to ask you. So if I had like a favorite rapper who wasn't like an FBA, is that like a bad thing?
Why would that be a bad thing?
Because my favorite rapper is like Biggie Smalls, but he's non-FBA tether. So I'm like, I don't know.
Is this Rohan? This sounds like Rohan. Is this Rohan?
No, this is not Rohan. Who's that?
The hell? Okay. What kind of question is that?
No.
All right, man. Get out of here.
No.
That question is dumb. That sounds like moist ass Rohan. Asking me something dumb like that. That's a tether question. I got a favorite rapper, Biggie. What the hell? Shut up. Get your sassy ass out of here. All right, let's see who we got. Yeah, that sounds like Rohan. All right, let's see who we got. Let's see who we got, ladies and gentlemen. We got, let's try 20 Thumper. What's up, Nikki the God? Everybody say what's up to Nikki the God. What's up, Brother Dan in the building? All right, 20 Thumper.
68 to 78%.
Yeah, my fault. I got a phone call, and my phone. Yo, listen, family. I had the worst experience. I told you guys my phone was broken, and once my phone was broken, like the screen was broken. So I hear it ring, but I cannot answer it. And I had to go live. What I would do is I will disconnect the Bluetooth, right? So because if I'm playing a video like I am just now, if I'm playing any video and I get a notification, it's gonna pause the video every time, every notification. And they put me in hella group chat. I'm in hella group chats. I never respond to these group chats hardly ever, but I'm in every group chat. Basketball, this one, this one, FBA. I'm in all type of group chats, and I hardly ever respond to any of them. But when there's a notification, it'll pause the video. So if I got my Bluetooth on my phone, I gotta look at the video. I got my eyes gotta be plastered on it. But I took a phone call, and so when my phone broke, it's like the stars are lined up for this to happen perfectly. Right before my phone broke, because the screen was already damaged. But when it stopped working, it waited till I un-Bluetooth the phone to go live. And then I promise you the screen went crazy. So now if the screen go crazy, I can still answer the Bluetooth with my phone. I can just hit the set and it's gonna answer. But if I disconnect it, now I can't answer the phone at all. So for that reason, I'd be reluctant to disconnect. Like I'm scarred. So just now I'm on the phone, then that video stopped playing from a damn thing. There you go.
20 Thumper. Hello. Okay, she got some stuff going on. I don't know what that is. Okay. All right, family, let's get it together.
Let's see. This happened today. I didn't really watch it. Let's see what
Went up snoring.
And how to like move on.
If she's pregnant by somebody else, she didn't got over you.
Yeah. So Tether knew called in last night. I was on the phone, so he was going crazy with the babbling. I get back on the call, I expose him like, dude, stop, bro. You're not smart over here, my guy. Like all your talking points been eradicated, neutralized, debunked. This OMB stuff, he knew nothing. He's still. Where's the OMB? He don't even know. I mean, dude, stop. That's why I can't take him seriously. I can't talk to him like he's on my level. And the other goon that called in, that dude was worse. Which I already knew. I said, yo, this guy is stupid. He called in and proved me correct. Okay. I said he's stupid. He called in and he was stupid. You guys don't respect nothing he was saying. He asked me a question. Well, if you guys say the Africans already delineated when they came to America, so how you are delineating from them when they already delineated? It's like, dude, that's because you're dumb. When we say we're delineating, we never say we away from Africans. Like you said, they already delineated. We're talking about from the census, all right? The data census, the collected data that the federal government takes on forms through the OMB, Office of Management and Budget. We're trying to delineate on paper so they can stop categorizing us with these people confusing everybody. So they can stop being tied to our stats. Or if you're going to tie us to their stats, no problem. But have a separate stat where it's just foundational Black Americans. So if you want to do the race thing and say everybody's Black and African American, which is confusing as hell, go ahead. As long as you say we are foundational Black American, freedmen, or ADOS, I won't even fight y'all too much on the Black shit as far as on a census paper. If you can just make us create a category for FBA, freedmen, or ADOS, right? And then include us in this racial category, no problem. Go ahead. I'm still going to continuously prove they're not Black, right? It's some made up shit by white supremacy. But at the very end, I can accept that I won't give too much pushback if you give us what we want. You got what you want, right? You categorize us as Black African American, made us the generic African, generic Black on the racial census, on the racial category census. You got it. Now give us what we want now. Give us our own form, our own selection where it says FBA. I don't want to fill out the other. FBA, ADOS, or freedmen. Well, we want to make sure FBA and ADOS ain't no political movement because we can't. Okay, all right, then do freedmen then. Freedmen ain't no political movement. That is something that Abraham Lincoln called our ancestors, and we are descendants of those people. So we inherit freedmen. Okay, so just do freedmen. Do free American freedmen. That's all. All right, you want to play that game? Okay, we do American freedmen. So then it'd be you'll have your Black category, and you can include people who are not Black, right? But just have our category there as well to separate us from. So then when it's data collected on us, we're selecting American freedmen, and at that point, we got to educate. We got to do a good job of educating the masses on what American freedmen is. And family, that's why I use the acronyms sometimes interchangeably because they are, for one, they are. But when you get caught up on one, they will try to pigeonhole you to like talking points of one when they don't want to like really have a conversation. So sometimes I might strategically hop on platforms as ADOS, freedmen, just so they can't filibuster and Tariq. Okay, and try to deflect from what I came to talk about. You dig it? Give me a second.
Oh, there she is. All right, let me get the finest up here. The finest, hop on in. What's up, the finest?
What's up?
How are you, the finest?
Good.
Yes, indeed. So what's on your mind?
So what's up with you? You always just picking on African tethers and blah blah blah, and you've been in Africa, so I'm just confused.
Why are you confused? What's wrong with going to Africa?
All right.
If you
family, let me play this from my phone. Let me head to the bank. I gotta make a withdrawal. Gotta pay a debt. You feel me? And they want their shmoney. All right. All right. So let me switch to my phone. This weather is sheesh. Share this from my phone, and then we're gonna get it litty. Yeah, the fool from yesterday said, well, how y'all deleted from Africans when Africans already delineated from you guys claim. So I had to explain to this fool who don't know what the hell I'm talking about. I said, bro, we're delineating on paper. I said, we can physically not, the physical delineation, that's already what it is. You just said it. We are already physically delineated from other ethnicities. But on paper, we're not. So we're delineating on paper, dummy. I said, that's why Tariq says the word delineate, and that's basically choosing a name. And Yvette Carnell and Tone Talk would say disaggregation. That is the data. You dig? So we got delineate first, which is, hey, stop calling us that. We're not this. This is who we are, right? So delineation is the act of, in our context, sociology, it is to identify ourselves with a unique name that's exclusive just to us, okay? And then we disaggregate. We use that name to disaggregate the data. You got us lumped in with all immigrants from the motherland and the Caribbean as one big nigga. Okay, so now delineate those stats and start to separate how those stats apply to FBA, ADOS, Freedmen, whatever term they're going to use. There you go. Okay. So that's how we're delineating. Now you think that goon understood that? That dude came back laughing like he was Diddy. Like, ha 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 ha. I explained all that deep, complex stuff. He comes back with, ha 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 ha. So you didn't answer my question. I'm like, okay, dude, all right, let me get you up out of here. I am not, I don't know if y'all know, but I got zero tolerance for a fool. Zero tolerance for a fool. All right, so let me go ahead and switch to the Swazi. Oh, let me switch to the phone so I can play this video from the phone. 840. All right, I didn't type that in there. All right, so I'm switching over right now. Yeah, so now the link is for anybody. The link is for anybody that we're winding down. So the link is for anybody. If you believe 19 keys is an op, you can call in and explain why you think that, and then drop down. And then if you believe he's an ally, click the link and articulate that. And if you want to say something else, you're free to do that. Just drop down afterwards. And if anybody got concerns about FBA talking points, whether we're divisive, xenophobic, you got statements, concerns, questions, hit the link. We can try to answer those questions. If you want to know the end game of the FBA, you'll get the end game. Call in for that too. We got you. Full disclosure. Okay. So the link is for anybody at this point. And I'm gonna switch to how the hell? All right. What are we doing? 0912. Okay, I see it. 12, then it's 2059. Reclaim host. All right, let me drop out of here. Okay, I'm gonna mute. I'm gonna leave the meeting. Okay, I'm gonna mute myself. I'm gonna play the video. I'm gonna give commentary, and I'm going to, So we got a tether calling in to ask Tariq Nasheed, why is he hating on Africans, and why did he go to Africa? That's what she said. So they're trying to spin this narrative that we hate Africans and that somehow we said we'll never go to Africa. Like we never said that. Okay. That's a fake narrative that's being recycled by tethers and oh, I finally found the thing. Yeah. Okay. Okay, I think I found something. Now watch it go away. Oh, I see it. Okay, okay. Anyway, family, here we go.
The finest, where's the finest? Oh, there she is. All right, let me get the finest up here. The finest, hop on in. What's up, the finest?
What's up?
How are you, the finest?
Good.
Yes, indeed. So what's on your mind?
So what's up with you? You always just picking on African tethers and blah blah blah, and you've been in Africa, so I'm just
Gaslighting.
confused.
Why are you confused? What's wrong with going to Africa?
If you just like people and you just like something, was it a business?
That's a projecting. Yes, you're
No,
projecting.
it's
I've
not
never said.
projecting. I
I've
just
never
want to
said
know,
I
did you
didn't
go
like
for a
Africa.
business or something like that related?
I went because I can. I don't dislike Africans. Never
You
said I
literally,
did.
I've seen a video or picture. You ate African food. You were chilling there in
Right.
Africa, one of the
Yep.
greatest places, and
I had a
all
good
that.
time over there, and yeah, that proves you lied. If I didn't like them, I wouldn't go over there. So that proves you just
Yeah,
lied.
but you saying
So why'd you
tethers
lie?
and you're picking on us. So what's up?
Nobody's picking on you. If you do tether shit, you're gonna get called out. What you do? You think you're not gonna be accountable for the
The
devious stuff
name
you do?
tether itself, that's bullying. Like, what is that? We don't even know what that, like, what is tether? What is that?
Bullying. You know what's bullying? Y'all beating each other up over there in your homeland. That's
Well, you
bullying.
guys beat each other up here too and
No,
unalive each other. So what's
we don't.
up?
We don't have tribal beefs like you.
Oh yeah, you guys have like West Side. We're from the West Side, East
Yeah,
Side,
so
blah blah blah, all
okay.
that stuff.
Yeah, and
So
even your
So you see what type of energy you see what type of energy she came with. You see that now. I'm riding. I see a cop pull over somebody, and I already and like this town over here is like real close to our city. That's like being gentrified, but the outside town was always like known a racial profile. Us, it's like really close. So I see one of those cops pull somebody over. One of that cop cars. I go to look inside. It's definitely somebody with some melanated looking guy with locks. You can't say black anymore because you don't know if he's actually FBA. But yeah. So you could kind of, and that's the thing. Like we need something in our communities to document all of the traffic stops. Like we need a database. So instead of like screw what 19 Keys talking about, we need a personal internalized database where each city, we could do a Facebook group or whatever, where we say, hey man, there's a spot, please check over here, or this going on. You dig? But we want to we want to document our pullovers from police officers. Hey, I'm 23. My name is this. I got pulled over in this town over here at this time for this ticket. And then like you can see the pattern now. Like you can see the pattern. Okay, damn. So 20 black guys, 20 Foundation Black Americans got arrested for a no seatbelt or smell good thing in the rear view. All right. So they are there now. They're targeting us. That means we're driving clean, insurance, registered, all that stuff is going, no tent, and they can't find nothing. So now they're just looking at the little things. So this is what I'm saying that we should be doing. We should be documenting our interactions with police officers and suspected racial people. So if you have a suspected or an alleged racial interaction with a white person that you believe was racial, again, that could be documented. Hey, Karen from Walmart at the returning goods was loud and disrespectful. So now that's your. So you're gonna block the whole driveway. So you're gonna block the whole driveway. You nut. It's a fool. Yeah. So now if anybody else have that bad experience with Karen, they can say, "Hey, me too." And now it's all documented. Now we can go call or go back up there, speak to the manager, and say, "Hey, man, 25 of us. I went on this day. She said this to me. He went on this day. This was said to him. He went on this day. Said to him." So it seems like now I don't know if she just ruled to everybody, but right now we're looking at 25 Foundation Black Americans who she's ruled to, and she's a white woman. This doesn't really look like a good thing. It looks like she's racial discriminating. Okay, so I'm gonna need some white people to come out and say, "Hey, man, she did me too." And if that's not the case, you know, what I mean, we want to pursue some legal actions here. We might have a case of racial discrimination. So y'all either like, what we doing? Dig, what we doing with this woman? Employment. It's like getting people outed, man. Like, yo, this is the year where we're saying no more disrespect in our house. I've got a whole song for that. Let's go.
Why not focus on you guys' own problems?
That's your stereotypes outdated, man.
Well, you say tether, so I gotta show you. Like, it can work both ways.
But you giving an
From the west side, east side, blah blah blah, all that stuff.
yeah, and
So
even your stereotypes.
why not focus on you guys' own problems?
That's your stereotypes outdated, man.
Well, you say tether, so I gotta show you. Like, it can work both ways.
But you giving an outdated stereotype that kind of proves that you're back. You're not above times. You're behind times, man. Talking about some West Side, you still stuck in the 90s.
Oh,
beloved.
that's what you guys do here. You know, black folks like, hey, we're from the west side, we east side, and beefing each other and living and doing all this nonsense that white people make you guys brainwash your head to fight one another.
No, they don't. Crime over here is down lower than it's been since the damn 60s, man. So we ain't doing shit. We're chilling with each other.
Still happening till this day with rappers.
Not really. Crime is down and homicides are down with Foundational Black Americans. On the other hand, in your homeland, they're still beating each other upside the head with hyena bones.
People
right now.
unaliving each other every day in the United States. I live here now.
In your homeland, right?
So tell that to someone else. I live in America for 20-something years.
You're here for a reason because you can't go back home. It's too dangerous.
Oh, I can go anytime.
No, you can't. Yeah,
I
you
can
here
go to
because it's too dangerous.
That's motherland. Anytime.
No, you had to go to the other land, which is
America is dangerous too.
No, not as dangerous as your homeland. That's why you're over here, right?
America is also dangerous. I'm not here because it's dangerous.
It's dangerous now because of you tethers. Because of you tethers, yeah. Some of y'all are bringing the danger. Y'all bringing the same tribalism that you had in your homeland. So it's getting dangerous. That's why we're delineating, ma'am. Right?
All right. So let me tell you something really important. You have to understand.
Let's hear this.
Okay. And really, that's very important. But a lot of you guys don't get. Everybody's like, oh, why you guys are here? First of all, and please let me finish first my point. It's Africa. It's one of the biggest. Actually, it's not one. It's the biggest continent. It's not even how they make it look in the map, right? So even we're bigger than Asia and everything else. That's first. So of course, more people, right? Billions people. Now it's only 2% of us across, especially here in the U.S. That's for one. Secondly, the ones for us, we came here. We came to make money, right, and go back home. I will tell you why also. Hold on, let me finish.
No, you're not going to do that go back home shit. Y'all not going to do that. You're just going to make some money and go back home. You ain't never going back. Stop telling that lie. You're never going back.
Okay, but can I finish my point?
No, you're not going to tell that lie. You ain't going back. This is the lottery for you, and you're welcome.
If you literally hear me to the end, you're going to understand what I'm talking about.
Okay, but I know you ain't going back, so y'all stop telling me.
So let me just tell you something.
I've been over there. Let me tell you, I've been over there, and there's a bunch of young people over there. They don't nobody grow old over there like that. And the elderly people are damn near non-existent over there. So yeah, y'all ain't going back. It's a death sentence to go back.
All right. So let's stop just like how America's using our resources, okay? Just like how they're using our resources, we could do the same thing and no complaint, please, because you can work both ways.
What resources?
How about that?
They digging and stuff in the ground.
African resources that, they cannot make African surpass.
Yeah, that ain't got nothing to do with you. Yeah.
What?
See, that has nothing to do with you. The cobalt ain't got a damn thing to do with you. The diamonds have been there for millions of years. None of that got nothing to do with you. See, we're the resource here. See,
That's my land. What you
our ingenuity is what's the biggest
why
export.
muting?
Our ingenuity as foundational Black Americans is the biggest export. So the shit couldn't really move without us. We are the culture. We are the cultural export. They go over there and dig shit out the ground that you ain't got nothing to do with, ma'am. You over there eating bushmeat, musty with flies on you. They don't need you. They go over there and move you out the way so they can dig. So stop all that, okay?
So you want to troll? That's all you wanted to
I'm
do?
not even trolling. What did I say that was incorrect?
So you want to convince me Africa is not a rich continent?
Yeah, you ain't got nothing to do with it. The stuff under the ground.
It's my continent. What do you mean I got nothing to do with it?
Well, how come you can't get the resources
Just like
out the
in
ground?
America, you're in America, you said you're American.
Okay. So if it's that rich, why are you over there eating dirt cookies and hyena hush puppies with no water?
Oh, but you were the one who were here recently in Africa and eating fresh food and showing everything. So
and brought my ass right back home.
It just
to
makes
America.
you look ridiculous.
And brought my ass right back home to America. And brought my ass right back home to America. See how that works?
But you ate that good food, right?
I ate me some jollof and came right back home.
Mm-hmm.
Huh? So how come you ain't using all them riches?
We all saw that. So
how come you ain't using all them riches to get them monkey McNuggets up off the plate?
You were tearing that fufu up.
Yeah, and you tearing them flip-flops up to get your ass up out of there. Just like I left. I left, came home, and you came following me. So what you talking about? Huh?
You're not making sense to me because you
ain't
African
making no damn sense. You brought your ass right over there. I went over there and brought I went over there as a guest, had me a good time, came my ass right back home, and you followed me.
You said good time.
Yeah, I have a good time everywhere I go as a guest.
I just see you enjoying that food to the max.
Man, I had a couple of good dishes over there. Yeah, but I bet you weren't enjoying that bush meat. That's why you had to come over here with us, right?
You can't troll while you're eating food there and you're enjoying. So
I ain't trolling nothing, ma'am. I ain't trolling nothing.
It does not make sense.
Man, you had gorilla gravy all up on them damn bush meat nuggets and all that shit. You over here with us, man.
Oh, well, you guys here got nothing.
He said gorilla gravy.
Let me get my sister back up here. Hold on. Let me get Kat back up here. Hold on. Where's sister?
Yeah, he said gorilla gravy. Oh my God, yo, I would love to call. See, the thing is, y'all see how the way I roast with facts, right? To hurt your feelings, but facts that I can make funny. That's how I roast in real life too. That's why people dodge me when it comes to roasting. Now, the best chance people got with me if I don't know you. If I know you, oh shit. Yeah, you're done. Because I'm gonna always make it personal and I'm gonna make it funny while it's personal. And I will exaggerate a little bit on you while it's personal. So even though it's personal, doesn't mean I ain't gonna hype it up a little bit, make it more toxic than it is. So man, I would love to cook these tethers on. Oh my God.
Oh, bring Cat Lion and everything. I ain't scared of nothing. Bring them up here.
Let's have a woman
ready
to
for
woman.
you all.
Yeah, let's have a woman to woman.
Yeah, you can imagine how she looks, yo. When women from Africa this aggressive, they kind of look like the animals they eat. Like really.
Yeah, let's do it.
Where's Sister Cat? Where you at, Cat?
Come here, Cat.
There you go.
So,
show us what you got.
Talking. What you're not going to do is you're not going to cut me off. So now I'm going to say something, and communication works like this. There's a sender, there's a receiver,
don't give me
and there's a response. So yes, I will control the conversation because, well, he invited me. So cut it out.
What is that going to do with controlling?
So you're sitting here and you're talking about all your natural resources, but your hierarchy is white Africans. The Chinese done came in and slid in.
Well, you got white people here that rules here.
Wait a minute. Hold on.
Let's go.
Oh, no. I want to finish what it is that I'm saying because I want you to dispute it. Your hierarchy is white Africans, which is a minority, because y'all about 85% of the continent. And then you got your Chinese that's done slid in, they done took their part. Then you got those of you with money, and then you got those of you that are peasants, and they holding you as slaves. They bringing them over to the United States and got them babysitting for free. Say I'm lying.
So the same apply in America. Your boss is white, so what's up?
You may be see, I don't have a boss.
Yes, you do. They run you guys here. They run the system. You guys under system. Like, wake up. Like what?
No. What we did was we learned how to navigate the system, and that's why we thrive. That's why
Oh,
we
really?
thrive, and that's why you can be over here, because we deemed it so. Because we thought that you were family. We didn't know that you were rabid dogs and you would bite us like you did. So you over here in the United States talking crazy about us. He went to visit. Ain't nobody saying, ooh, let me go over here and move to Africa, because when black women do go with their resources, they don't come back with nothing, not even their life. And their resources are gone. Y'all play them. See, the whole thing is that you don't like us. You want a destiny swap. You want a destiny swap. But see, y'all gave y'all most valuable resource away, which is your people. And I'm thinking that we are the creme de la creme, because we are responsible for so much, and you ain't contributed nothing globally. You don't
Oh,
own
she is
anything.
cooking.
12, the 12th richest nation
Oh my
on this
God.
planet, and you got 85% of y'all, and you can't overthrow
She
nobody.
cooking him. She
Y'all
cooking
not
her.
making
Him,
nothing.
whatever the hell
You
it
can
is.
laugh all you want to. The only ones that are over here is the ones that can pay to get over here, the ones that I deemed it so. So don't act like you came over here because you were so rich and you were so wealthy and that you going back home.
So
You
what's
ain't
the
got no
hate about
education. Hold on.
Africa?
You ain't got no education over there. You got to pay for your education. And then you come over here and you get all the resources that we deem necessary
But
for
you
you,
pay
because
for
we
education,
thought
the
we
best
were
education
family.
you pay for in
We do
America
pay for
too.
education, but you don't.
Right.
But you don't.
Okay.
Because we deemed it so. We wanted you to have a better life because you was living so hard. Y'all shit in the street. You shit in the street. You dig holes. See, I lived amongst y'all for 2
Just
years
like
in
the
Kenya
projects in
Ew.
because you
America. Go
couldn't
ahead.
And
afford.
he bushmeat.
The projects is a
It's a damn
step up
paradise.
compared to how you living.
Some
Y'all
part
living
in
in
America,
slums, baby.
African even better,
You
guys.
ain't got
Please
but a
wake
few
up.
of y'all that's got a
I
couple of
told you guys,
dollars.
go fool
You
somewhere
ain't
else.
got but
I
a few of
lived
y'all that's
both
got a couple
area
of
in
dollars.
Africa or here. Okay.
Well, like I said, you don't have to be here, baby. You could always pack up and
So
go
you
on
guys are
home
focusing on
where
the
you
wrong
so
people.
wealthy.
Focus on the white tea here, how they treat
Well,
people
why
like
we
shit
worried
and
about
treat
it?
you guys
We
like that.
learned how to navigate
Africa
the
is
system,
far from
baby.
you guys.
These dogs always try to act like we're the dogs and sick us on white tea man. No, you need to go to white tea man. No, we need to stay on you. Okay, you're the dog that we got. You're the rabid dog that we got to cage. No, you're not gonna read directions to the white tea man. We got you, and we're gonna handle you.
I
We
don't know why you
learned how
guys
to
have to
navigate
talk
the
about
system,
Africa every
and
day.
that's
Like
why
it's
you can
become
be
like
over
a
here. We
disease for you
learned how to
guys.
navigate the system, and that's why you over here. 85% of y'all, that is your continent. You were the minority. See, you were the majority, but you invited them over because y'all love white folks so much, and you always talking about colonization. I have watched y'all get on y'all knees because y'all love white folks so much. See, when we get y'all jobs, you get with white
You
woman,
can
you get with
speak
a
for
white
us because
man.
I don't
No,
I don't
I
have
can
no one but
absolutely
my
speak.
people.
I
So
can
you can speak
absolutely
for
speak
us.
for y'all. Oh, I can absolutely speak for y'all, baby.
Okay.
I can absolutely speak for y'all. And then we get y'all the jobs.
And
We
I
tell
am
y'all,
above a white
we
tea
tell
person.
y'all, you what?
So I'm above a white person. So don't miss me with that mentality. Bring any white person.
Stop. Yeah, you don't believe that. You don't. If you believe that, you won't be kissing her ass trying to be them when you come over here. Like the first white tea man, the first white Russian man come near you. Hey, y'all seen that video? Hey, I'm Russian. Can I take you home? Straight. Which the Ghanaian woman was like, okay. Like this dude said, hey, I'm Russian. Can I take you home? Like he said like a few more words, but the conversation was basically, I'm Russian. Can I take you home? Man, I mean, a ridiculous Epstein looking ass white tea man. Look, the stack Ghanaian woman grabbed her hand, said, okay. Went straight there with the white tea man. Looked like straight Epstein older brother. Probably the poorest dude in his country. But because he's Russian and white tea, that's enough. And he has a place to take her. That's enough because they equate white tea man with wealth. And I'm sure he broke her ass.
See you enjoying that food to the max.
Man, I had a couple of good dishes over there, yeah, but I bet you weren't enjoying that bush meat. That's why you had to come over here with us, right?
You can't troll while you're eating food there and you're enjoying. So it
I
doesn't
ain't
make
trolling
sense for
nothing,
me.
ma'am. I ain't trolling nothing.
It does not make sense.
Ma'am,
at all.
you had gorilla gravy all up on them damn bush meat nuggets and all that shit. You over here with us, ma'am.
Oh, well, you guys
had to
here
follow
got
me.
nothing.
You had to follow.
Struggling with the EBT.
Let me get my sister back up here. Hold on. I'm gonna get Kat back up here. Hold on. Where's Sister Kat?
Oh, bring Cat Lion and everything. I ain't
Oh,
scared of
yeah.
nothing.
Let's
Bring them up here.
have a
I'm
woman
ready
to
for
woman.
you all,
Yeah,
trollers.
let's have a woman to woman.
Yeah, let's do it.
Where's Sister Kat? Where you at, Kat?
Come here,
I'm
Cat.
right here.
There
Okay.
you go.
Show us what you got.
Talking.
Why did
What
this
you're
go
not gonna do is
backwards?
you're not gonna cut me off.
Let me
So
fast
now I'm
forward it.
gonna say something.
Yeah,
And
it's been doing that
communication works
lately.
like this. There's a sender, there's
I remember I was like something like I'm one of those people when I take a shower, I gotta listen. I don't listen to music. I gotta listen to like a lecture or some type of talking, some podcast. I'm one of those weirdos. So because I don't know, it just helps me out. Like even when I go to sleep, I gotta listen to a lecture. So anyway, sometimes it was doing that to me. I'm over here, you can't touch the phone, your hands wet. And I'm over here listening to this thing loop. Like, yo, why is it looping, yo? Anyway.
Don't give me. Go ahead.
wait a minute, wait, which is your people, and I'm thinking
Yeah, she be going in.
because we deemed it so. We wanted you to
Hey, yeah, she is like so well versed on this right here.
dogs for them. So
Yeah, she is well versed on these talking points.
They
She be
have our
going in.
resources. We can also use the American resources. We can go both ways.
Going home.
God, you just gonna pull out you
None of
fucking
your business. Don't
illegal.
worry about the systemic
Yeah,
racism.
these
You guys
illegals,
free
man.
yourself.
God
That's the
damn.
stuff that you guys need to talk about every day and find a solution.
Let me tell you something about America. We do have resources. We just won't.
And I thought Tariq is smarter than that. Those are supposed to be the main focus. If you guys want to be FBAs and all that nonsense that you guys created recently.
See, that's the whole problem.
That should be the main focus.
Y'all parasites,
distracting
and
yourself with Africa for
now
no
that
reason.
we dislodging y'all and y'all can't feed off of us no more, you're having a fit. You're having a fit. See, you can't feed off of us no more. And foundational Black Americans, once we are
so,
separated,
Kat, let me ask you: if for any reason I can go back to Africa today, where were you gonna go? Because Whitey don't want you.
You're parasites. You're parasites. See, we can't come over there and get none of the stuff that you get over here.
No, we don't flee, sweetie. I'm finding. She said, "Where we gonna go if Whitey don't want us?"
Yeah,
we don't
they
flee.
don't. Not if. They don't even want you guys here. Where are you guys gonna go? I can go today, pack and boom.
This our shit.
I have home, my grandfather, my dad home, or everything. But where are you guys gonna go?
We don't flee though. This our home. We gonna stay and defend our home.
Ain't nobody dragging us up out of here. Ain't nobody dragging us up out of here. I see y'all crying every day. We gonna go home, Trump. We gonna go home. Just give us time. No, take your ass home now. Take your ass home now.
I do whatever I please. I'm an adult. If I want to stay here, if I want to go back to Africa, just like Whitey everywhere there in Africa, as we're speaking investment.
You ain't going back to Africa.
So how is that your
problem?
I stayed with y'all. And it was so many of y'all that got put out of the United States because your visas had expired and you had them tether babies. But see, y'all got a hold to some sorry ass.
We come here, we just don't sit around and just eat or bug Whitey people for food. We go to work. They know we work our ass off. We go to school, first of all. Go Google it right now. We are actually more educated than Whitey, even in America.
Why?
That's what Africa is about. Okay?
So why are you able to
don't waste you guys' time with Africa.
Okay, now you know she just lied about they're more educated than white tea. They're not more educated than white tea. They're not more educated than Hispanics, the legal ones, or Black Americans. She just lied. She just lied. So for me, I like to have fun catching them in lies. Like, man, what'd you say? Run that back.
But we know what we do.
Wait a minute. Why are you able to go to school?
We're not here just sitting lazy and one free food and one just everything.
Okay, hold on. Google this, family. In Minnesota, 89% of the Somalis with kids there are on welfare. Did y'all know that? 89%. Google this. I'm not making this up. In Minnesota, the Somali immigrants over there, 89% of them with children are on welfare in Minnesota alone. So don't let them run this old bullshit. Y'all Google what I said. Go ahead.
So are you intimidated by that?
Intimidated by what?
By you being on welfare?
Oh, you said welfare?
Yeah.
Okay, but do you want to count the Black American, the percentage, and who was on EBT and all that stuff? Or are we just gonna slide it and act like no?
See, wait a minute. Because white people get more welfare than anybody. Right. We are looking at about 17% when it comes when it comes to Black Americans. But Black women are the most educated, and we are not eligible for those resources. So quit that lying. Quit that lying. Quit that lying.
You know, I worked in DES, so you can't come and tell me stuff that don't make sense, please. I told you earlier, like, I'm not those African that you're gonna fool. Like, I know what the system about in America, how everything runs, what the project is, what Black people are here oppressed about, the systemic racism, what exactly going on. Like, I'm not here just sleeping. Like, I've been here for 21
So
years.
if you work at
So,
DHS, then you
so
know that
maybe
we
you
don't
need
get the
to talk,
majority.
maybe you need
Then if
to
you
give
work at
someone else this
DHS,
information.
if you work at DHS, then you know that we are not the ones getting all the welfare. If you work at DHS, then
Okay,
you
if
know
that
that
makes
for
you
a
feel
fact.
better. You're oppressed and you have systemic, there's a systemic racism that put in place.
How you gonna tell me
And,
about my
and
life in
all the
America and you
government
just
assistance
got
that
here?
Black people get,
I
but
know
here
you
you want
ain't
to
talking
convince me
oppressed.
about things that
Y'all
don't
was
make sense,
digging
but
your
okay.
own diamonds. The beers on your
And
diamonds
that's why I
mine,
was
diamond
telling you
mine,
guys,
and you
I'm
were
not
too
here to
scared to
fight.
shove a
Listen,
diamond up your ass,
listen,
baby.
truly, okay, I don't have no hate in my heart. I'm not here to fight, but I'm just saying for those men that or women that think they know what they're talking about or what they do, you guys need to focus. There's more bigger problem than Africa. You guys need to figure out a way to dismantle this freaking systemic racism.
Why
So
don't you
you
figure out
guys
how
can
to fix
prosper
Africa?
Why you
here.
worried
Hold on,
about the United States when you could be at home
don't get
dislodging
triggered.
yours?
Please let me finish, okay?
Nobody's
No.
triggered.
Why you
You
ain't
guys need to
dislodging
figure
yourself
a
at
way
home?
to do
How
that.
are you advising somebody in your country is in your continent is in a state that it's in?
Kat,
54 countries and you don't have one stabilized economy.
Kat, I already
Economy.
told you
Not one.
earlier,
Not
Africa is
one.
rising,
Not
whether you like
one.
it or
Oh
not.
Lord.
Okay, maybe
How
you're
come
not
you ain't
looking
over there
at it.
rising
Even a
with
lot
it?
of
How come
people
you
go
ain't over there
invest
rising
in
with
Africa
it?
today.
How come you're not over there rising with
You
it?
don't have one stabilized
Because
economy.
I'm
left
doing
one
part of
country
it. I
and you
have
have
businesses back
53
there,
more that you love to brag about,
and that's
but you
how
didn't go
I'm
to nan one
improving
of them.
the continent.
You didn't
But
go to
listen
nan
to
one
me.
of them.
There you go.
Okay,
Okay.
well,
All right. Thank you so much. Thank you, Sister Cat. Okay. All right, finance, because you just saying shit. Thank you, dear. All right.
okay.
Thank you. All right. That's that Umar shit. Africa's gonna rise up. No, I don't want to hear all that shit. How come you ain't over there making it rise up? Always talking about Africa gonna do this, Africa gonna, but got your ass up here under us, mad. I don't want to hear none of that. All these people talking about all the stuff that's going to pop off in Africa, they going to go back and bring all this money. They're going to bring a boatload of money. Oh, it's on the rise, but your ass is sitting right up under here with us, enjoying everything that we've paved the way for you to come and enjoy. Citizenship, that's us. You could not have been a 14th Amendment citizen without foundational Black Americans. They were not letting African immigrants over here like that until we start stomping and kicking in the door for that. You understand? I don't want to hear none of that. I've been over there and y'all bowing down to everybody but Black people. The Lebanese over there in Senegal. You go over there to East Africa, the Arabs and the East Indians. Come on. You're bowing down. Oh, who is this person? Okay, hold on. Hello? How are you? Oh, your voice don't match your face at all. How you doing, ma'am? Good Lord. Hold on. Lord. Okay. Lord. God, but she whoever that was annoying. All that damn noise. I don't want to hear all that. Yeah, playing that damn music. Then I start getting a whole bunch of
Yeah, family. We're going to wind it down, call it a day. See you guys later on tonight. Hope you guys enjoyed the show. You dig? Um, as you can see, man, ain't no love lost with those Africans with us, man. They sold us with pure hatred, and they come over here with that same hatred. There's no, I mean, same like white folks. White folks enslaved us, Jim Crowed us, all those horrible things, so-called abolished slavery, and look what happened next. What happened next? Still racial discrimination, like no love law. It just benign neglect. Tethers no different than the white supremacists. No difference. No different. They did us dirty, and when they come to us now as free people, they don't no apology, no hey, let's get to know you. None of that. It's straight. They just picking up where they left off at, family. These tethers just pick up where they left off at. White supremacists pick up where they left off at. There's, in my opinion, there's nothing between us and these countries. Individuals, anything's possible, but the whole country, nah. That ship then sailed. Actually, yeah, that ship sailed with us in it. That ship sailed with us in it, family. Anyway, peace, family. See you guys next live. Yeah, dig. Thank you very much. Like the video. And for those who super chatted, I didn't get a chance to read it. Thank you. But the super chats are documented, so I can always catch the next show. And those who cash app, I'll read your cash apps off. And thank you very much for the super chats, cash apps, and the likes. Peace.